The mission of the City School District of Albany is to educate and prepare all students for college and career, citizenship, and life in partnership with our diverse community. First up this evening is the Superintendent's Report. Dr. Wilkins.
Good evening. This Saturday is going to be a big day at Sheridan Preparatory Academy. Volunteers from the school and the community are coming together to build a new playground. Principal Zuleika Sanchez-Gale and her staff have worked together with volunteers from the First Unitarian Universalist Society to raise $50,000 for this project. They will be out there, rain or shine, on Saturday beginning at 8 a.m. in the morning until the work is done. And you know that old saying, more hands make light work. So if you are free Saturday and want to help a very worthy cause, I know Sheridan Prep would love to see you. Chipotle is bringing lunch, if that's a little bit of a motivation. I want to say a special thank you to our partners at the First Unitarian Universalist Society, or the Albany UU. The congregation alone has contributed more than $16,000 towards the playground, and the Albany UU Endowment Trust has also contributed. Albany UU has been a great partner at Sheridan Prep for many years, volunteering in variety of capacities, but we are so grateful for this wonderful support that they have shown. We will be implementing a new start and end times for the school day at the Alternative Learning Center beginning on Monday, October 17th. We are changing the times of all the school programs so that the start and end times line up with the school day at Albany High. One main reason for working with Principal Sophia Newell and her staff to make these changes is about student safety. We believe that the new school times will help to reduce the large gatherings that have caused problems in the community after school time this year. I also continue to be in close contact with Mayor Sheehan, Albany Police Chief Brendan Cox, our Albany High leadership, and other community partners on this topic. We are working together to address these challenges our community is encountering in the corridor after school. Applications for this year's Albany High Lottery will be available next week. Guidance counselors from Albany High and each of the middle schools will be meeting with all their 8th grade students over the next couple of weeks to make them aware of the academy selections for next year. As you know, we are capping the number of students who get their first choice in the lottery at 175 for each academy this year. So it will be especially important for our 8th graders to have a really good understanding of the opportunities available in each academy. The deadlines to return applications is November 14th, and the lottery will be held on December 8th. Much more information about the lottery will be available on our website beginning next week. Mayor Sheehan launched her 10th annual Cash for Coats drive this week with a news conference that I attended at City Hall. If you're not familiar with it, Cash for Coats raises money to buy warm winter clothing for hundreds of our students. The big event for the fundraising effort is coming up a week from Saturday on October 15th. That's the night that Albany's Devil home opener at the Times Union Center. All fans will have an opportunity to make a donation to support the mayor's effort that night. Donations will be accepted until November 1st. You can find out how on our website, albanyschools.org. Please help if you are available. I had the pleasure of helping to recognize some of the most amazing young men and women earlier this week at our annual Exceptional Student Reception at Academy Park. This reception gives us an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the 25 students who are selected by their principals for our district calendar each year. The Exceptional Student Reception always is one of the feel-good hits of the year for our school district, and Lisa Angerami and our communications staff did a fantastic job bringing all this together once again. Reminder that tomorrow's our annual Go Home Early drill. All schools will be dismissing 15 minutes early. There are no after-school programs, so please plan accordingly. You can find more information at albanyschools.org. I also want to remind everyone that there's no school for students next Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. All of our schools and offices will be closed Monday for Columbus Day, Wednesday in observance of Yom Kippur. Students also will be off on Tuesday, which is a staff development day for this working staff. We will return to our regular schedule on Thursday. Finally, the Albany High football team is back at home this weekend for the important home game against Shenendehowa. Falcons are still working hard to earn a playoff spot after a tough loss at Boston Spa last Friday. A win over the Plainsmen on Saturday would go a long ways toward the goal. Kickoff is at 1:30 at Albany High. Admission is free. And remember, go Falcons.
Thank you, Dr. Wilkins. Could I just ask, what was the timing on Saturday for Sheridan Prep?
For Sheridan Prep is 8 a.m. and do not forget Chipotle.
Okay, thank you. Next up is public comment. The Albany Board of Education welcomes district residents, parents, students, and other people to our meeting. Community involvement at board meetings is encouraged so that we can better understand your views. Please be aware that by law, individual student information or particular personnel issues cannot be discussed at public sessions of the board. When recognized by the board president, please state your name and city of residence. Statements are restricted to a maximum of 3 minutes, and speakers will be notified by the board president when their time has expired. We take public comment very seriously, and careful notes will be taken. However, the board generally does not respond while the meeting is in public session. Thanks, Andre. First up, Joanne McElroy Moore. And after that, it will be Vin Gerald.
Good evening. I am Joanne McElroy Moore, and I'm a resident of North Albany. I am here tonight to talk about my granddaughter, Naya Bennett, who's attending the new autism kindergarten class at Arbor Hill, and this is her teacher, Miss Wilson. We couldn't be more pleased with her progress and the teacher's interaction, her knowledge of autism, and the way she approaches her staff and uses her aides to effectively meet the needs of the children. So we're very pleased. But we're not pleased with transportation. The bus has yet to arrive on time since the first day of school. The first day of school, Naya took the bus home, and she was supposed to arrive at 3:45. She arrived at 5:30. The bus has yet to arrive at Arbor Hill at 3:15 or 10 minutes late at 3:25 on time at all since the first day of school. This is a particular concern for Naya. Not only does she have autism, she has severe asthma, and she cannot tolerate extreme weather conditions. So one day she was waiting for the bus with the teacher, and it was very hot. It was 90 degrees. So Naya was about to have an asthma attack. So I have been picking her up so she doesn't have to sit for an extended period of time waiting for the bus to come. The bus has had 4 bus drivers for that run. We were told that 35 bus drivers quit the day before school opened. So the first bus driver was from out of town, did not know the streets, and was doing a triple run. So he, of course, was late. Then there were 2 other bus drivers, and now this one. But the bus needs to come on time. Cold weather also affects her lungs. And I am handicapped, and I really cannot continue to pick her up every day. We need the board to pay attention to what's going on. We know there was a transition with the transportation department, but I strongly urge the board to revisit the contract and to look at the conditions for monitoring and enforcement and the bidding practices. The same transportation company has won that contract for many years, and they are not providing adequate services. I ask for your consideration of this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McElroy Moore. Next up, Mr. Gerald.
Good evening. My name is Vin Gerald. I'm also a resident of Albany County. Okay. I'm here really on behalf of the Department of Defense tonight because I wanted to talk about the outreach initiative that I believe Ms. Tibbetts has provided the school board members regarding the legislative proclamation on the ASVAB Career Exploration Program. There are similar programs out there that other school boards use that are are additional costs. This particular program is federally funded, and it's free of charge to the schools and the students. And I just wanted to bring it to the community's attention. It's really a cooperative venture between the nation's schools and the Department of Defense. In this program, the student is given an aptitude test, which is the ASVAB. It's a 200-question, 8 sub-tests, and it takes about 2 hours and 14 minutes to administer, with about 36 minutes of administration time. So it rounds out to about 3 hours. There's also a self-assessment for interests that's followed, so we can tie those two together and really help the students find, to make decisions about their next step, whether it's college or VOTEC or apprenticeships or even the military. I'm very proud of this program, and I'm very proud of the examination because I'm a product of it. Most parents believe that it's an enlistment test, and I really wanted to share that it's so much more. As a product of it, when I took my SATs were very average. As a second, English is a second language to me. They asked me to take the ASVAB, and I took it, and it made the difference. So, and also while on active duty, I served on many boards to select members for promotion in the warrant officer programs and the commissioning programs. So this is not just an enlistment test. So I implore you that this really is a test that puts a paycheck or a career in someone's hands. But they also have to meet other requirements, medical and moral waivers if they have any offenses in the past. The students that participate in this ASVAB career exploration program, they experience less indecision, and they enjoy more confidence in making their career decisions. So I hope to implement this at Albany High School, and I really appreciate your support.
Thank you, Mr. Gerald. Next up, Yvette Alfonso, and then following her, Gustavo Lore. Ms. Alfonso.
Buenas noches. Good evening, everybody. Hope everybody's enjoying the fall. Lovely out there with the mums and everything. I wanted to, again, mention briefly, as I did a couple of meetings ago, about the middle school, the intra-middle school, whichever thing we're calling it right now. Parents are still not being informed about it. In fact, Mr. Gerald was telling me his child is in 6th grade. I said, you may not know where your kid is going next year. So it's really important. I know that it's on the agenda here today. I'm hoping you take a very sober look at what impact this has. I have a child who's going to middle school next year, so of course this is of utmost interest to me, but it's of interest to all of us here that we make sure we do not set up our kids who go to whatever school it is for failure, that we don't resegregate our school system, because that's also a very important aspect. But I also want to read a statement from a parent who already has a child in Hackett and also has a pre-kindergarten child. He couldn't be here tonight, but he asked me to please read the statement. His name is Dom Witters, and he's saying, I personally thank you and hope that all the passion and anguish I have for this matter in terms of education is felt through you. I ask everyone here, are the prize test campaigns and the countless obstacles we have been placing in children's way progress for their futures. Instead of our schools building partnerships with parents and vice versa, we have once again failed our children by not working cohesively to secure a better future for them. Whether it's longer school supply lists, a shortage of staff to facilitate our schools properly, overcrowded classrooms, and at times a warm school for our children to learn in. As keepers of their well-being, I ask again, is this securing a better future for them? I will save my extended public comment for when I'm able to attend, but as I close comment, I would like to leave you all with this thought. Think about your favorite teacher or that person who has played a role in your success. Where would you be if that person or persons didn't go above and beyond for you? Our communities, as well as our children, are all results of what we teach, show, and build for them. When our children continue to fail, we cannot just point the finger at the student or parent. all of us who have made decisions or are making decisions that are not sound for the education, we all share the blame, and of course, we will all share the success when this happens. And I'm sure Mr. Wooders will be, as a concerned father, will probably be at the next meeting to express himself even more so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alfonso. Next up, Mr. Lohr. Gustavo? He's what?
He's the summer school coordinator for high school, so I think he just signed in. when he came.
Okay, okay. All right. All right, thank you. Ms. Tibbetts, anybody else for public comment? Okay. Dr. Wilkins.
At this time, I'd like to have the principal of Ash come up and do the presentation on the Albany School of Humanities, Fred Engelhardt. And I'll have you introduce your teacher. Okay. I want to say you're a wonderful sixth grade teacher. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. We're very excited to present. This is Miss Curtis, and we'll talk a little bit about Miss Curtis because she's going to lead us in a mindful moment at the end of our presentation. So we're very excited about that. Let me make sure this is working. Oh, there it is. So our vision mission here at ASH, and you'll see that we have started to do some work around refocusing our humanities theme. So this is our mission that we adopted last year. At ASH, we are a global family. We recognize our common humanity by respecting and celebrating all cultures. We have a shared responsibility to protect our planet and create a more peaceful world. And we've started to dive deeply into global citizenship, so we're looking at 4 pillars: cultural studies, the arts, character education, and also community service. We are at 597 students, and we anticipate after the next magnet poll that we'll be over 600. We are very proud in the fact that our population represents the diversity that is in the Albany City School District. And so Magnet is doing its job, and we thank you for that. You will see that our staff listed here, additions to our social emotional development health support staff. So thank you for that. We anticipate a 0.5 behavior specialist that will be working with our self-contained classes and other students who need that support. He'll be starting shortly, so thank you. We have a 0.6 theater arts teacher, and you know Miss Noelle Gentile. She's amazing, and we're doing some really great work with her as well. So our school comprehensive education plan is well underway. It's October, and we're making some great progress in some of our work. 2 of the things that I just want to mention is all students in kindergarten through 6th grade are now have data folders. So they're actually self-monitoring. They're creating goals for themselves with teacher help. And they'll be using that to not only receive feedback from teachers, but then give families feedback as well. That was one of the things that we wanted to work on. And the other thing is that idea of really digging deeply into our humanities theme, but using global citizenship to do that work. So you can see there that we are working with the National Coalition Building Institute. They will be coming on October 11th to continue some of the work we're doing with our cultural relevant education with Steinhardt. And then also give us strategies on how to do cultural diversity with our students. So we're excited about that. Here's a picture of one of our self-contained comprehensive developmental skills classes. Last year, they raised money to help the Special Olympics. And so one of the Olympians is to the right there. And so they had their picture with them. Wanted to say quick thanks. We were supposed to have a board meeting here over the summer, had to be moved because we were underway with CAP project. So you'll see our parking lot is beautiful, our basketball courts outside, beautiful, and our roof as well. So thank you so much for that. So other celebrations, last year, we were able to really start to strengthen our magnet theme. We were able to take the entire staff on a bus trip to Hartford, Connecticut, and visit 3 magnet schools. And we had a lot of takeaways from that experience. We were able to have Magnet Schools of America come to us and do some leadership training. And then we had a task force go to the Miami-Dade school district down in Florida and learn a lot about the magnet program that's happening down there with great success. Last year, which you may or may not know about, we actually became the first fair trade elementary school in New York through fair trade campaigns, and that was, we did a fair trade market, we collaborated with some outside partnerships, and then incorporated fair trade ideologies within some of our lessons. So that's something we are definitely proud of. We continue to embed mindful practices within our school, one of the first to really partner with the Peace Project around that work. And then Miss Curtis is here, and she doesn't know I put this in the slide, but Miss Curtis was our Helen Bach-Moss Better Beginnings Award recipient. She received that award in June. She was nominated by students, parents, and staff for this award, and that really is, it recognizes teachers who do the work Miss Curtis does. She nurtures the strengths of each student and fosters trusting relationships amongst students, parents, teachers, and administrators. So Ms. Curtis is here today to talk to us a little bit about mindful moments and lead us in a mindful moment.
Thank you, Mr. Engelhardt. Thank you for having me this evening. As Mr. Engelhardt said, we did travel to Hartford, Connecticut, and we visited some magnet schools, which I was taking notes furiously. They have some incredible programs, but there was one school, the Breakthrough Magnet School, which focused on mindfulness. And we were taken into this room, and there was quiet music and pillows. And, you know, at first you're kind of like, oh, okay, I've done this. Sit down, relax. But the lady that I met, Dr. Sotomayor, she began to talk about mindfulness, and she had this calm speaking voice, so I was really focused on every word she was saying, and then she talked about mindful moments, and she said, we're gonna do one, so I said, I gotta see this. So she started to do it, and I found myself becoming emotional because I thought of all the students that I service and how much it would benefit them from just learning this skill, this coping skill that they could bring with them for the rest of their life. And when I introduce it to my students, I always say, when I was at St. Rose, if I had this, I would have just been so much more relaxed when I was approaching all of my exams and my, the things, the presentations that I had to give. So I really believe in the Mindful program. This is our second year. We do it at 8:15 in the morning. I conduct it over the loudspeaker, and at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, right before buses, and on Thursday afternoons during my prep time, my students are in music, so I can travel to different classrooms, and I can punch in through their classrooms. So today I was in a 4th grade classroom. And sometimes the kids remember that it's me, and sometimes they don't. So I come in there, you're the mindful moment woman. I said, that's me. Some people think it's a recording, but it's me. And so I try to go to every single class in the building throughout the school year, and just to support the teachers. And it's not forced upon anyone. I always say, if this is not your thing, I completely understand, but I'd like you to just sit quietly and let those who would like to try do that. And they're actually doing it, but they don't know it. So if you're sitting quietly and you're not bothering anyone, and you're just breathing, and you're just in your own space, you're being mindful. So let's just try one. This is the one that we're doing. We do the same mindful moment for a week, so I change them every Monday. So this one is called Listening to Sound in Silence. So when I come over the loudspeaker, and it's the evening, so I'll say, good evening, Ash. It's time for our mindful moment. We are going to practice listening to sound and silence. Sit up straight and comfortably in your chair. Rest your hands on your desk or in your lap. Close your eyes. Feel your feet flat on the floor. Relax your shoulders, back, and down. Let your whole body be still. Feel the air moving in and out of your nose. As you become aware of the sound in the room, listen to it without moving your body. As you become aware of the silence in the room, listen to it without moving your body. If you notice any thoughts passing through your mind, let them float away and bring your attention back to the sound and silence. Feel the air moving in and out of your nose. Now, take a deep breath in, hold, and exhale slowly. Notice how you feel. Slowly open your eyes. This has been our mindful moment. Have a wonderful evening. So that's what we do with our students every day. Thank you. And I talk to the students when I visit the classrooms and get their feedback, and we're going to do some surveys just for this year to see how students and parents are receiving it. We've had very good feedback. Again, it's not forced upon anyone. No one has to do it. I also tell the children, there are a lot of children who are not comfortable closing their eyes for different reasons, and I tell them that that's an option to you. And you really don't have to do it. You just have to sit and let those who would like to practice do that. But a lot of children say they do it at home, and a little girl told me her dad was doing push-ups, and she said, "Dad, you need to take a mindful moment, and you can do it." And I like to hear that. A lot of the little children tell me, "I almost fell asleep this morning." I said, "That's okay. You were relaxed, and you were listening to my voice, and you were able to start your day nice and calm." So we are very pleased with this program. I presented at several schools. I presented at St. Rose at their annual fall conference and had excellent feedback. I did a training on mindfulness and other classroom techniques. And I'm very excited about it. I'm also presenting at Hudson Valley Community College in March. So we're pleased, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Sadler has a question.
So I was just hoping, in addition, Ms. Curtis, you could tell the people here what at the 3 things that each child coming up to the microphone who graduates or moves up from ASH is asked to say, because I believe that was something that started
Yes.
thanks to you.
Yes. Well, they introduce themselves. They talk about their plans for middle school, what they're looking forward to in middle school, their future plans, and what college or university they would like to attend and study, and what they would like to do as a global citizen in their community. And it's a wonderful presentation. Parents love it because we were having speakers come and present to the students, and they were just sitting there, and then we're micromanaging them, but it's all about them. So each child gets to come to the microphone. Parents are just in awe to see their baby up there, and they work on these presentations with me for about 2 months. And we don't use index cards, and it's put to memory. I said, this is about you and your life, and you get to tell everyone in the room what you're going to do. And it's just phenomenal to watch them. And there are students from all ranges. We have our special ed students who are so nervous and struggle with presentations, but get up there and they do it. And it does bring a tear to your eye to watch it, but it's a wonderful celebration.
Thank you so much, because it is really encapsulates high expectations for every child, the ability to believe and dream. And Mrs. Wilson-Turner and I were, no surprise, in tears as usual, since that's my liaison school, because it is an extraordinary thing to see. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up, routine consent. Can I get a motion to approve routine consent? Ms. Roach. Hold on a second. Board secretary is walking away. We need her. Okay, so we have a motion to approve routine consent by Ms. Roach, second by Ms. Savage. Are there any set-asides? Ms. Smith?
Letter S. I'm sorry, I'm out of order here. Letter L.
Letter L, electronic body arts. It's L now, yes. And then S? Okay.
Which is the EMT one, right?
S is William King the fourth. Okay, any other set-asides? Ms. Adler?
I'd like to set aside U, which is Joseph White, and Y, which is, I think it's CASDA. And also M, which is the cell contract.
Okay. Any other set-asides? Ms. Savage?
Just one W, which is the CDTA contract.
WCDTA. Any other set-asides? Dr. Brandon? We already have that, electronic arts. Okay.
Sealer engineering, Doctor?
L and V.
Okay, L, electronic arts, which was also set aside by Ms. Smith. And V is Sealer Engineering, the PLA.
You want the engineering one? No, I didn't think so.
V is the one.
Oh, you want
In,
our own voice?
It was V when I went in, so I'm sorry, they got changed, so I'm going by what was in there when I
letter
went in.
T in our own voices. Okay, and can I also, I don't want to set it aside, but I want to call attention to letter V, Sealer Engineering, which is the contract for our PLA study, PLA study. No, I just wanted to highlight it. And also, in routine consent under human resources, there are a couple additions that were not on the agenda earlier this evening that have been added publicly post-executive session. And they relate to Karen Bechtel, Cecily Wilson, and Diane Solomon. And the information will be available publicly and is available publicly. Okay, are there any other set-asides? Okay, all those in favor of routine consent without letter L, electronic arts, letter S, William K. the fourth, William King the fourth, letter U, letter Y, letter M, letter W, and letter T. And we'll go over those individually. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Tibbetts. Ms. Smith, letter L, electronic arts. Can we get a motion to approve? Motion by Ms. Roach and a second by Ms. Adler. Discussion. Yes.
Sorry, the only thing that I was concerned about here, I think, had to do with I think that it stated here somewhere that the satisfaction survey, student satisfaction survey was not handed in or was not conducted. Was not conducted, is that correct? And it was under measurable results, so I was just concerned that it was not, no information was there.
Okay. Dr. Lane, do you want to take it? Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. At least at Delaware, we had a change right near the end of the program, and the person who had been doing it had left for a new job. And Maud Baum, who runs EBA, is the owner, she took over, and it just didn't happen. So just in that turnover, it didn't happen. The kids had a good time. I mean, most of them kept coming back every week.
Thank you. Again, it's just because it's a measurable result and was stated and it was not present. So if we're approving this again, I just want to make sure that we do get back that information.
So moving forward, we'll have Maud Baum and EBA, and we'll have measurables next year, I imagine. Okay. Dr. Wilkins is shaking her head. So yes, any further discussion on letter L?
Yes, I would
Okay.
like to ask Mr. Lane.
Dr. Lane? Dr. Lane? One more question. It's okay.
Ken, how long has this program been going on, or was this the first year for it?
Jen Lang would probably know better than I do.
Microphone.
I can't hear you.
I would guess this is the third or fourth year?
This is the third or fourth year for it. So my next question is, how are the students, and when I read it, it mentioned second grade, 20 students from the second grade.
Correct.
How are they selected? Is it volunteer, or what
No.
is it?
It's volunteer, and then if we get more than 20, we do it via lottery. We choose the 20, and then we create a waiting list for folks who drop out.
Okay, and then it runs 20 days from when to when?
It usually runs from somewhere in October, and then every Thursday that we're in session for about 20 weeks.
And it can only be for 20 children?
Because they just have the one
Because
staff
of the
member.
staff problems, I understand. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I wanted to know. It's how they were selected mainly.
Thank you. Any further questions or discussions on letter L? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Next up, letter S, William King IV. Ms. Smith. Can I get a motion to approve Ms. Roach and a second by Ms. Smith? Discussion, Ms. Smith.
So I think, I'm sorry, this one concerned me just a little bit. I actually, the idea, great, training folks for EMT certification. I think I was concerned about, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the pass rate. Oh, I'm just getting that. Pardon me 1 second, I thought I saw.
All right. Yeah, the pass rate was
There was,
low, right?
yeah, I think I was confused about, so there was a number of participants, then there was a pass rate, then there was information about absences and so forth. And then I also was concerned that I wanted to know, like, not just that they had passed, but whether or not this led to a, perhaps, employment. So, can anyone address this particular contract?
Ms. Scano, come on down.
There's something I'm not opening right, I think.
Too much.
Hi.
Good evening.
Can you ask me the question, Smith?
Sorry. I was concerned, the numbers that are presented here, I wasn't exactly sure
And
how many,
We're talking about the EMT
Right,
Okay.
right, how many students were actually in the class, and then how many actually passed.
Thank you.
And I don't want, I just want to suggest that it not just end at how many are successful in passing, but actually leads to employment. But I'm also concerned that if I'm reading the data correctly, the pass rate was not great.
Correct.
And so I want to know
Correct.
why we should do this again and what
Correct.
we're going to do differently so
Thank you.
these kids are successful.
All right, it's part of our CTE pathway med sciences, so you can go med science 1 to EMT or for our certified nursing program. This started as a collaboration with the city and the school district because we didn't have enough EMT a pool, and they wanted to also diversify their firefighters, and that's their pathway through EMT and onto firefighters. And so the attendance is not great because they really needed more time, and it was built in at the end of the day because William King is a firefighter himself, and it was the time that he could come. We did search for other options that would fit the school day in a better way, you know, 3 different, and we searched high and low and couldn't find them. And while I can't answer exactly who went into employment, I do know that our students then go on to, several of them went on to Hudson Valley. I know that one left Hudson Valley and went to Cobleskill and are still pursuing that path. It's not where I think we would like it, and so we did make some adjustments in terms of time and the time commitment that's required by our students now.
So can you just tell me what that means, what are the details of that a little bit, like what those adjustments are?
Yes, a longer class period,
Okay.
later in the school day, more options for extended day laboratories, and more in sync with student schedules,
Okay.
their own personal schedules.
Okay. So it would be your recommendation that we...
It would be right now. We're taking a look, as we do every year, at our CTE pathways and viability, and this too will be wrapped into it.
Okay.
I think it gives students a choice in the med sciences. We only had one choice, and that was certified nursing assistant
Got it.
pathway, but this gives students another choice, and again, the opportunity to get college credit and articulate
Okay.
with some local colleges.
So could we then have Mr. King or someone make sure that there's more complete data? Like,
Yes. Yes.
Because I really want
As
to know
I'm
what
looking
happens.
at it, and
what
I agree.
happens to them?
And I'll follow up with
Okay.
you.
Great. Thank you.
How long has this program been? How long has this program been going on?
Right. It before at least 7 years before, at least 8 years before we got there. Before we got to Albany High School.
So were you asking, was last year the first year at Albany High?
No.
No, it was not. 7 or 8 years at Albany High
Right.
School.
Mhm.
And is this, did the city provide this free of charge last year to us?
They did not.
They did not.
They
Okay.
did not. And I don't believe that they have for several years. And so when we went out to try to bid and see who else could offer the service, nobody could offer the service at that cost also.
Okay. The city does reference that they provided 20 positions somewhere to somebody free of charge last year. Yeah. No.
I can follow
It was,
up.
yes, something like that, yeah. Okay,
I will
any
follow
further
up.
discussion on this particular
follow up.
topic? Thank you, Ms. Ghetto. All in favor? Okay, it's unanimous, thank you. Okay, next up, letter V, or is that you, Joseph White?
Joseph White, that's you.
Letter U, okay. Could I get a motion to approve Joseph White? Ms. Adler, second. Ms. Savage, discussion. Ms. Adler.
I just wanted to basically highlight and a thank you to you, Dr. Wilkins, and also to remind the board that this is something that we've discussed before in terms of the lottery, and thankfully because of the proportionate services and the way each of the academies wound up getting its student population. This will be the first year, thankfully, that we have now been able to have the lottery done in a way so that there is equity at the high school among the academies. So thank you very much for implementing that, which is something that we've discussed both from program people and as a board. Thanks very much.
Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, It's unanimous, thank you. Next up, letter Y, CASDA. Can I get a motion to approve? Excuse me, Ms. Smith, sorry about that. And second, Ms. Adler. Discussion, Ms. Adler.
My comment or question on CASDA had to do with the measurable results. So I saw it when I flipped over to that page, it appeared as if the standard for determining success, or at least the measurable result, was going to be that 100% of the teachers were trained in implementing the strategies at issue. And I was hoping, unless you dissuade me as to why that's not doable, I was hoping that the measurable results actually went from that level to then also having some impact in terms of the academic success on the ground. That's, if you, like I said, I'm more than happy to have you explain why we're not there yet, but as I see you nodding, but I'd like to at least hear that so that when I vote for it, I understand why we're just starting with the measurable results as they now read.
So it's really a combination at this point, and you're right, it's not at a point where we're looking at the impact of the professional development on student achievement, but we are looking at the impact of the professional development on the teacher's ability to deliver differentiated instruction. And so that's why it's tied to the walkthroughs tools that the principal needs to use to evaluate whether that practice is actually occurring. We know that in order for it to have impact on student achievement, it's going to take a little while before we begin to see that needle begin to move. And I actually did push a little bit on the measurable results myself, and actually this went out to bid again, and so technically it was considered a new contract, but we did get CASA to provide for us measurable results based on the work that they did last year. Each year they're doing a different cohort of teachers, so it's not necessarily comparable from year to year, but we do expect to see growth in what teachers are able to deliver before we're able to see the growth into student performance at this point in time. So they don't want to come and promise us that we're going to teach your teachers DI and magically your kids' student achievement is going to go up.
Since PD is, in general, not just this with CASDA, since PD is such a very large chunk of the money that's expended in addition to staff salaries, and it's understandable that we as a board do support that, could we, even if we're not at the stage where you can give us a read on measurable results for a needle being moved, for want of a better percentage, can we at least begin to get a more fuller understanding of what is being seen in terms of the impact of the strategies? And by that, otherwise we'll find out, yes, I looked and 85% of the teachers were doing the PD implementation. But if we could understand, just even anecdotally, when that time comes, some sort of report when we get it on PD to understand what is actually happening in the classrooms, even if the data isn't coming through yet.
So one of the things that I think might be a useful piece of data for the board to view, and we could request of these schools, is when buildings are doing their walkthroughs this year, the district focus is on differentiated instruction. So every building principal and district instructional supervisor is going in to look for that work. And there's a tracking document that we've created for them to capture that work. And so we could potentially mine that document for just that data to see if we're seeing any growth in teacher practice specifically around differentiated instruction. So I think that's an option.
I really do appreciate it. I'm sure, I mean, I can't speak for the whole board that we're not looking for every piece of paper ever created in every classroom, but at least closing the loop for us. We then are able to then understand at least what is being seen out there and have an understanding of where the money that is going out is going. So thank you so much, Mrs. Wilson-Turner. Not yet, almost,
Not yet.
almost.
Ms. Smith.
And so, and you may be saying, we may be saying the same thing, I'm just going to kind of repeat it. So pre and post, like, I get that there are instruments. I don't know what either one of those instruments tells us. So I want to understand, even if it's just a little blurby something here,
So what I'll put in the board update for next week is the information that we got from CASA, because they did the same pre and post on the first cohort that they did last year, and I asked the same question. And the pre and post is really an assessment of teachers' knowledge of differentiated instruction and their level of comfort with the practice at the beginning of the training, and then again at the end of the training. So right now, that's all the data that we're really collecting, but if we can add that level where, and I laugh because we've been talking about closing the loop all summer with our instructional leadership practices, where we get principals to go in and see if those practices are actually occurring in the classroom.
Great questions, great answers. Yeah. All those in favor? And again, this is letter Y, CASDA. It's unanimous, Ms. Tibbetts. Okay, thank you. Next up, letter M, Sal. Can I get a motion to approve? Ms. Adler, and a second, Ms. Savage. Discussion. Ms. Adler, right? Yes, Sal.
I just had, I had two questions with it. One was the abbreviation GMS in the documents supporting this. There was the memo from Michelle Bridgewater, and then when the NWEA charts were shown to us, the initials GMS. I wasn't sure what that was, and at first I don't want to admit being this stupid, but I was like, well, is that Giffen? No, that's not Giffen. So I figure it's an acronym, it's an abbreviation for something. We're all guessing like growth something, or?
Nope, she left.
Oh.
Okay, so that's not, we don't have to, I will pass it now. But if you could.
It's growth summary report, so it's growth measure, but I'll have to look.
So because I wasn't sure, and I wasn't sure if it was growth, did that mean 1 year? I wasn't able to interpret the results. Okay. That was the first thing. So if you could just let us know, it's not urgent, just sometime this week. And then the other was when you look at the charts on NWEA, it appears as if there is not, I'm looking for my notes here. It appears as if, for example, like in one of the maths, that of the 6 years measured from K on up, that only one of those grades was there actually an improvement when you go from the very first year being measured up to the last. In other words, I was a little confused as to what I thought that the language was telling us in the intro, what we were going to see. And yet when I looked at the charts, all of them, ELA and math, what I thought I saw was that certainly from spring to spring, and I know there's a difference fall to spring, but from spring to spring, the measurable results were really primarily not good, at least when we're looking longitudinally from the first year of measurements on up. So can you help me understand this?
You've interpreted it correctly. So we talk about the quality of the data that we get out of our students at different points in the year. And I think one of the things you've heard Karen and I talk about when we do the academic reports is that honestly the best testing results in the elementary buildings in particular is that January NWA test metric. By the time they take this assessment in the spring, in previous years, they have gone and sat through their state tests. Then they sit through their Ames Web assessment, then they sit through their SLO, and then they take their NWEA. And so we attest a lot to it to test fatigue. But you do typically see some fall to January growth, very good growth. Like a lot of our year for year information comes from there. And then fall to spring also tends to show some very good growth. And when you're looking spring to spring, you're looking at the end of third grade versus the end of fourth grade. And so it's not necessarily apples to apples when you're looking at that. Whereas fall to spring, you're looking at the beginning of one school year and the impact that that teacher has had on that student over the course of the year for the January and spring assessment. So I would say your read on the charts is correct.
So if we're just looking at growth as opposed to raw scores, like when you're doing levels 1 through 4 in the state exams, and then actually from spring to spring, you could look at it because you want to see obviously the child having progressed. When we're just doing growth, why don't we just, whether it's in a contract giving us measurables or when you're doing data for us, if that's the purest form of understanding the growth, why don't we just look at January when we're looking to measure the efficacy of cell or another vendor?
I think it's tough because our expectation is that in spring, you should be stronger than you were in January. And so it's something that we're really wrestling with as a district when we try to step back and take stock of how often we're assessing our students and to what purpose, and where can we get the most bang for our buck in our assessments so that we can assess less and assess more accurately so that we have the information that we need. So, you know, NWA is a part of our larger assessment requirement, and so that's not going away, but there's some other pieces that we are streamlining that we hope to be able to get more information from these tests, because the growth that this test is able to measure is really important, both in the fall, in January, and in the spring.
Thanks so much.
Ms. Smith.
So, thank you. This may be minor, but I know I have like some visual issues. So I was wondering, are these charts available like in color?
Yes.
Okay. And
But
that
we
would just-
can't scan in color, right? It won't scan in color? Okay.
If that's possible,
Yeah.
that'd be great. Thank you.
Because we have the same.
I agree with Ms. Smith. If you send us anything like this from now on, if the charts are done in color, we need to get them in color, seriously, because it makes it a lot easier for us when we're looking at color instead of a gray and a dull gray and a black. It all blends in after a while, so we really would I know I would appreciate getting it in color. Whatever hoops or hurdles you have to go through, baby, we would appreciate getting it in.
All right, and any further comments or questions on this particular topic? Letter N, M, cell. Okay, all those in favor? It's unanimous. Okay, thank you. Next up, letter W, CDTA. Can I get a motion to approve CDTA? Ms. Smith, and a second by Ms. Adler. Discussion, Ms. Savage.
In July, we passed a CDTA contract for 350 bus passes, and now we're being asked to add 175 more bus passes, and I certainly want every child who needs busing to get busing. I'm just a little surprised that we were off by such a significant amount, and so I'd like some understanding about what happened there.
When school opens every year, traditionally there's been 2 or 3 weeks of CDA just opens and lets anyone in the city, any student, ride the bus with or without a pass, just because there's so much transients in this district. With Myers, there was, we didn't want to initially contract for 450 seats if we didn't need them. For Myers, it wasn't until recently that they were actually able to get this down to who should be riding the bus, and actually put it in a whole new electronic badge system this year as well, so their student ID gets the CDTA. So all those transitions were happening with the new service to the middle schools as well. So there was a conservative estimate in the front. There's also a lot of transition. Every position in the transition in the transportation office turned over in the last 3 or 4 months. So with all of those factors going on, we did go on the conservative side. On the original contract, no harm, no foul, we didn't pay for extra seats. So now we know what the number is and what we need, so we want to adjust the contract.
So one more question, and this is really an aside, but since we're on CDTA, the bus passes that are given to the middle school students or that are part of their ID, they work like a regular swiper. They can use them as if it was a regular swiper at other times of day, on the weekends, all that. They're essentially a regular bus pass.
The intent is that they would use them outside of the school day, primarily for school-type activities.
But they can use because the reason I'm asking is that I've been listening to parents talk about this, and one parent said to me, a parent who usually is on top of the situation, "Oh no, it doesn't work on the weekends. They can only use it during the school day." Is that? And I'm just trying to validate. It works on weekends.
Yes.
It will work. The pricing is based on additional school-type activities. It will work on weekends. I think if we found if the thousands of students were all using it 24/7, 7 days a week, the prices would probably change.
I understand. Okay, but so it does function that way, but the intention is it's supposed to be used for getting back and forth to school. But if you want, we're not telling our children not to use it the way it can be used. I understand.
Right. I mean, Bill is saying that our contract agreement, okay. All right. Got it. Okay. Right. I was just reaffirming it publicly. All those in favor? Was there any more discussion? No. Okay. Unanimous. Thank you. Next up is letter T, In Our Voices. Can I get a motion to approve this contract? Ms. Roach, and a second by Ms. Adler. Discussion, Dr. Brandon.
Well, first of all, I'd like to commend this group for the work that they are doing and the job that they're doing. But I have a couple of questions. Number one, is Hackett the only school that this group is serving?
To my knowledge, this is part of their after-school program. I know the high school has used In Our Voices for other projects and activities in our high school, but not as a standard after-school program. I think Hackett may be the only one who uses them for after-school programming.
So yes, Hackett's the only one right now using it, yes.
And this is coming out of the SIG grant, right? It's funded out of the SIG grant?
Yes. SIG
Okay,
basic.
so where nothing but praise for what's going on and the results that are happening. But one other question I have, in this packet with this contract, there are 3 sheets for measurable outcomes or results. And with 3 of them, you think it would be real clear, but it isn't. At least it's not to me. The number of students and families served at Hackett is 25 or 20. But then when I look at something that came from Tammy Smith, she's got, for the YES, which is the Youth Empowerment Sessions, extended day sessions, 18 students with 31 encounters. And then for another portion of it, for student leaders, 109 students with 158 encounters. And then for the HYPE, 82 individuals. So I'm wondering, is this what you're hoping to accomplish in the future, or is this how the kids have been served so far? Can anybody answer that? You might not be able to answer it tonight, but if I could find out that information.
I will be honest and say that, I'm just reading it through and telling you my understanding of it is. I can confirm it with Mr. Polino. It's based on the work that they do. It's the number of students they're seeing and how often they're seeing them. So they're saying they've seen 18 students and they've had 31 encounters with students. And so that's how they're keeping track of their attendance, because the measurable objective on this contract is around increasing attendance and participation in these types of after-school programs. And so it looks like that's what they're tracking.
So it's actually servicing more students, right? So that 20 to 25 is not correct.
That was their target. So their measurable goal was to increase students participating by 25%, and they're doing that.
Then they need to change that front. But anyway, okay, that makes a whole lot of more sense to me, because on the 3 sheets that have to do with measurable outcomes, those 3 areas are mentioned, but this sheet from Tammy Smith seemed to, yeah, it was much more explanatory. Okay, I think that, let me go back and check, was that all I had to ask you? The number being served and to understand the measurable outcomes. Yeah, I'm okay now, and they are doing an excellent job, and I would,
Just to be clear, you're saying because they exceeded their 25% goal this year, that their measurable result for, last year, their measure result for this year should be higher than 25%.
Wouldn't you think, or should they still, it's just not driving? It's not driving. That was the first thing that caught my, and I also want to comment that I think it should be expanded. I don't think Hackett is the only school that could utilize this program. I think, and I don't know if it's going to be another $17,000 or not, but I do feel that I know Hackett is not the only school that would need this kind of help from an organization with what they're trying to do. That's just a comment, more or less. But thank you for, maybe who put Michael, just tell him to fix up his number of students and families being serviced, okay? Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Any other questions or comments? Discussion, okay. All those in favor? And that's the In Our Voices Letter T contract, unanimous, Ms. Tibbetts. And that concludes routine consent. Okay, next up, Action Government Relations Committee. There was a question about HR?
No, he just wanted to point something out. He pointed it out, the PLA, right? Wasn't that your thing?
Yeah. I mentioned that we contracted for the PLA study, and I also mentioned that there were some documents that were in private that were moved to public, and those are all approved. So congratulations, Ms. Wilson-Turner and Ms. Bechtel, for your contract extensions.
Thank you very much.
And so next up is Government Relations Resolution. Would you? Okay, oh yeah. It is hereby resolved that the City School District of Albany Board of Education grants authority to their Government Relations Committee to propose legislation that would change the election of their board members from the general election in November to the third Tuesday in May on the day of the annual meeting, school budget vote, and any such other statutory modifications as necessary to effectuate the above change. Okay, could I get a motion to approve, Ms. Adler, and a second by Ms. Roach?
We're all making a motion. Every one of us is making the motion.
Okay, is there any discussion? I would actually like to say that I believe it's important that we actually share this information and get community feedback, because we are moving the date of the vote for the voters.
So you're voting against it?
I'm not voting against it. I'm just saying, as part of the process that the Government Relations Committee in moving forward should do, is actually try to share it with our voters.
Well,
Go ahead,
I
Ms.
just
Roach.
wanted to comment that we can't change the date of the election. What we're doing is we are drafting language that we're suggesting that the New York State Legislature and the governor pass into law. It's not our decision.
Right, but we are actually setting the process in motion.
And the public know what we're trying to do. That's what you're saying,
No,
right?
I just wanted to specify, because you were saying we want to let the public know that we're changing it, and I wanted to make sure we knew that it was stated publicly that we as a board actually don't have the authority to change that. We can simply suggest that it be changed.
Okay, duly noted. Thank you. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you.
We just wanted to eat.
Next up, discussion action facilities, and we'll just go with it as is. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped something. Number 7, discussion action audited financial statements. Sorry about that, Bill.
Yes, I'm going to ask Alan Walder to come up, who is a partner with the Bonadio CPA firm. His firm oversaw the audit of our 2015-16 financial statements, resulting in this 67-page book that you all received. Alan will just is here this evening just to give you a direct report and just some brief highlights.
Good evening. There we go. My name is Alan Walther. I'm a partner with the Bonadio Group. We are the school district's external financial statement auditors. We completed the audit of the school district's financial statements for the June 30th 2016 fiscal year end. We met with the audit committee at the beginning of last week and reviewed the financial statements in detail. Tonight, I'd just like to give a brief report on the overall results of the audit to the full board, open it up to any questions that the board members may have. Our role as your auditors is to accomplish three things. We audit and give our opinion on the school district's financial statements. We report on internal control and compliance in accordance with government auditing standards, and we report on internal control and compliance in accordance with uniform guidance. Uniform guidance is the guidance that the school district follows for its federal programs. Our audit procedures consist of gathering evidence used to substantiate our audit opinions. That evidence consists of substantive tests of account balances and transaction tests of control systems. The overall results of our audit were that we issued an unmodified opinion on your financial statements. An unmodified opinion is the highest level of assurance we can give on your financial statements. That is the opinion that the users, the rating agencies, the state education department, the Office of the State Comptroller, that is the opinion that they would be looking for. With regard to internal controls over financial reporting, we noted no material weaknesses, we noted no significant deficiencies, and we noted no instances of material noncompliance. With regard to your federal awards programs, we noted no material weaknesses, we noted no significant deficiencies, and we had no audit findings required to be reported, and we issued an unmodified opinion on your compliance with major programs. Just a brief financial highlight at the end of the year, and I'll limit my comments to the general fund being the only fund for which there is a formally adopted budget. The highlights here, the general fund at the end of June 2016 had a total fund balance of $39,781,000. Fund balance is the school district's assets minus its liabilities. Of that $39,781,000 fund balance, $23 million was restricted, $6.6 million was assigned, $9.8 million was unassigned. Of your $6.6 million assigned fund balance, $5.7 million was appropriated for subsequent years' expenditures. That's the amount that was used to balance your 2017 budget. Any questions from the board?
Did everybody have, excuse me, adequate time to review the financials and are comfortable voting on them? Dr. Brandon. Do we have to vote on these?
I think do we just vote to accept them, correct?
You vote to accept the financials, which essentially just records in the minutes that the board has received them.
Okay. Could we get a motion to accept the financials? Ms. Roach and a second by Ms. Smith. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you very
you.
much.
Next up, discussion action facilities.
Okay, we have.
How do you want to proceed with this, Bill? Just
Well, we could do the contract awards if you like first. They were just bid awards.
okay.
You have in your packet 4 bid awards, which are actually primarily relate to the pool reconstruction work at the Albany High School and Myers. We will do the Albany High School first because we don't want both pools out of order at the same time, and then immediately proceed to Myers. What you have in front of you are 4 bid awards and really deal with general construction, plumbing, mechanical construction, and electrical construction. So you've been given in the materials, they were all competitively bid. In all cases, we are recommending to award to the lowest bidder. So with that, we can proceed. If you have any questions, I also have Scott DePhillips from Turner Construction as well, if there were any detailed questions that you had.
Okay. Any questions? There was a general question around the terminology used to describe it, which was district-wide. The pool referendum itself was an individual referendum, correct?
The pool, the high school pool was actually put into the $14 million of projects in 14 buildings. It was incorporated into that.
Into the district-wide?
Correct. It wasn't a separate vote. It was part of that referendum.
Okay, got it. And it says district-wide phase 1, but aren't we in phase like 2 or 3?
We're doing different phases at different times. This one actually is starting later only because of all the engineering and the longer, it has to go, at State Education Department, it has to go through both architectural and engineering review. So the things that are quick are like replacing an existing roof, repaving an existing parking lot. Those things get very quick approval, and those are probably both just architectural reviews. So not all the phases are doing exactly in that order.
Right. So this is included as part of phase 1 because it went to SED as part of phase 1?
Correct. And we've defined the phases of the programs.
Okay. All right, got it. Do we need to read the full resolution? Is everybody comfortable just approving the contracts along with the resolution in one fell swoop? Okay, so that is resolution to approve district-wide renovation phase 1, which includes the Albany High School and the Myers Pool work. Can I get a motion to approve that? Ms. Roach, and a second by Ms. Smith. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you.
And there's just one other item in there that's not specifically the pool. It's the Myers PA speakers for the auditorium and gymnasium.
Right.
So that can just be incorporated in the minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
You got that, Ms. Tibbetts? Okay. All right, thank you, and appreciate all the detail on the contracts. Yeah, thank you. How do you want to proceed from here?
The resolutions?
Okay. Resolution, interim third middle school. For some reason, it's not showing up on my. Oh, that's the title. Okay.
Okay, so you have in your materials 4 required resolutions that refer to doing a capital project at 50 North Lark to convert it to a regular middle school. So your resolutions are a CEQA, which is an environmental resolution, just indicates that based on this type of project, there's no significant adverse impact on the environment. This is determined, actually we rely on our architect consultant to go through the procedures and review the requirements to make sure that it qualifies for this type of seeker resolution, which he is advising us it does. So the first resolution is for that there's no adverse impact. The second resolution is just stating that's a necessary capital project. The third resolution is a proposition to present a referendum to the voters. Ultimately, the voters, as you know, have to approve the capital project. And then the last resolution is authority to bond or borrow monies for the project. And again, on this project, it's about $6.5 million. We are going to pay any local share out of our capital reserve, so there will be no increase in taxes. We still have to pass a bond referendum because you're going to spend the money up front and you're going to be getting the money back over 15 years in state aid. So there is some borrowing involved, but again, it's not going to be any additional tax or increase to the taxpayers. We will cover that through our capital reserve.
I'm going to have to interrupt
Dr.
right
Brandon,
here,
go ahead.
if you don't mind, Mr. President. I think we're doing something a little out of order and backwards here, and it's going to be kind of an insult to the public. We have scheduled a discussion with regard to the middle school, and that discussion should go before this voting. That just plain makes sense. Why would we want to vote on this as a board and then talk about what we're doing to the public later? I think we just got the cart before the horse. And I do think that the superintendent should make her presentation about the middle school and what she wants to do so the public can be aware of it, and then we do the voting on all these resolutions.
Okay, so that would require an adjustment or an amendment to the agenda, and I actually generally support that, but Ms. Roach.
Dr. Brandon, I think there might be a little bit of a misunderstanding because we've actually been discussing for several months, and I think the board reached the agreement back in June or July that the building at 50 North Lark was going to be used as a middle school beginning in the fall of 2017. My impression is that that Dr. Wilkins' presentation for tonight and the issues that remain to be decided are which students will attend the new middle school and the exact nature of the program that's going to be offered there, but that this building will be used to house middle school students next year has already been established in large part because there are no other good options.
We have one person in public comment who stated that the public is not aware of what we are doing. The bulk of the public is not aware of any of the definite plans for this interim middle school.
I believe
That's already been stated.
I believe the person. I
Hey,
believe.
Ms. Roach, let her finish.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and because of that, I think that clearly states that what you're saying, I can't help how many weeks we talked about it. We might just have to talk about it again tonight for the simple reason all of the public is not aware of what we are doing, and the information the superintendent is going to give us will further clarify the plans and probably help some of the public further understand what we're trying to do. It's the thing about transparency, it's the thing about making sure the public is aware, which we have been criticized for vehemently. So that is the reason why I think, and whatever it takes to make the change, I think we need to do it, and that's where I'm at.
Okay, Ms. Roach was...
I just wanted to clarify. My impression of the parent that Ms. Alfonso read the statement of was that the person had not been informed as to what middle school their child would attend next year. And that's correct because we as a board have not made a final decision exactly which students will attend the new middle school. So the fact that parents have not been informed exactly what middle school their children will be attending next year is correct. But still, we have been stating for months that we're going to use 50 North Lark. I have no objections to switching the agenda of the meeting around to have Dr. Wilkins give her presentation first. I just want to put on the record that 50 North Lark has been discussed. It's actually on the website under grade configuration. There's a plethora of material saying 50 North Lark is going to be used. It's been mentioned dozens of times.
Okay, I agree. This has been discussed extensively. It's been a significant component of grade configuration, and what we're essentially doing here is determining like the order of the presentation, the order of the agenda. Ms. Smith, go ahead.
Well, but on the other hand, the last meeting, what I recall at the very end was that there was going to be a plan developed to communicate more effectively with the public. And I understood that that was going to start rolling out. I thought that was the board's request. That was going to be rolling out, like even before this meeting. That was where I left, how I left our board meeting. So, but what we're doing now, I mean, what I see from the presentation is that Dr. Wilkins is prepared to discuss that, but I also don't yet see dates and plans for that. So the more time that goes on, we're still not quite communicating with the public, I think, in that transparent way. But I left that meeting understanding that that something was going to be rolling out.
Okay.
Even quicker than
I'm just
the
going to
meeting.
ask that right now we're just determining which should go next on the agenda. So Dr. Brandon has a motion to adjust the agenda and move letter or number 10 prior to number 9, which would be the enrollment discussion, or actually it's letter 9 prior to number 8, which would be the enrollment discussion prior to all the facilities resolutions related to the bonding and the funding of the referendum. Dr. Brandon makes that motion. I'll second that motion. All those in favor? Okay, that's, did you get that, Ms. Tibbetts? It's Smith, Roach, Lang, Savage, Bruce, and Brandon. Opposed? Ms. Adler. Okay, so we'll go with number 9. Dr. Wilkins.
Good evening. I have my Vanna to my left, so Ms. Bechtel's going to be in charge of that, so. Clicking. All right. We're back again with the proposed interim middle school enrollment, and I'm going to go by our slides. And this, again, a review of the grade configuration phase 1. The recommendations that came from this committee after about a year and a half was that all 6th to 8th grades would be in the middle school. And again, due to your growing enrollment at the elementary and middle levels, a third middle school, as we have stated before, is needed beginning next year in the 17-18 school year. The new middle school will have an interim enrollment pattern, and again, it's an interim enrollment pattern for about 3 to 5 years, pending a long-term middle school recommendation expected to come from phase 2 of the grade configuration steering committee work. And please, my board members, we're just doing this again for transparency and for the public that has not been here so that they know what the history is. The interim middle school to open in 2017-18 will be at the 50 North Lark Street, serving families of the north side of the city. Again, that's the proposal. Thank you, Vanna. Phase 2 of the grade configuration steering committee began their meetings this past September. We had our first one last week, and we'll meet through June of 2017 to develop a long-term recommendations for the Board of Education to consider on the following: the permanent middle school configuration that is equitable for all students, a new enrollment or feeder pattern for the middle level, and again, equitable programming for all middle schools. So all 3 middle schools will be having equitable programming. Enrollment recommendations for 50 North Lark. I, in collaboration and consultation with the Grade Configuration Steering Committee, recommend that the following schools be enrolled at 50 North Lark in 6th through 8th grade, beginning in 2017-18, for a 3 to 5 year interim time frame. They would be Arbor Hill Elementary School, the current 5th grade and 6th grade. North Albany Academy, current grades 5, 6, and 7. Schuyler Achievement Academy, current grade 5. Sheridan Preparatory Academy, current grade 5. And West Hill Middle School, current grade 7. The recommendation and why, the rationale. The north side of the city is projected to be the future permanent new middle school. 50 North Lark will allow Northside families to have accessibility to an equitable middle school in their community with a reduction in busing. Also, just as a side note, the proximity of having accessibility for our families to be able to go to activities or events or have the school be used as a center is really great. We just had the parent university over at Myers Middle School this week, and unfortunately, we only had 3 families come, where we had the same parent university for middle level at North Albany, who has a much smaller middle school population, and they had 18 that were able to go to it. It's really important that our families have accessibility to their child's school. This interim configuration will create the least disruption on middle level enrollment, where the grade configuration committee and ultimately the board plan for the district's long-term middle school enrollment pattern. Again, this could be anything for the next 3 to 5 years, and we will be coming with a recommendation for the board to review. Equity, a little bit important to my heart. The 50 North Lark Middle School must have the equity that Hackett and Myers has with the following areas. The physical structure of the building, which will allow access to middle-level programming. Again, I explained last time, it's about health, fax, tech, computer room, the library, appropriate staffing, principal, 2 assistant principals, homeschool coordinator, guidance counselors appropriate to grade levels, 1 per grade, social workers, again, 1 per grade, psychologists, clerical staff, monitors, head of security, school resource officer, and to be looking at full service model as well, potentially as a community school. Textbook equipment and library materials are a must, and again, I have to emphasize that because the last time I was here, I told you it took 6 or 7 years for Myers to be adequately staffed as an actual middle school library, according to SED regulations. Quality after-school programming and extended day opportunities, accessibility to all the modified sports, computer and technology access for students and teachers. We are very lucky at this point to have Kent Baker, who would be actually working alongside the architects as we actually ensure that the technology is built in. This has not happened before in any of our buildings, so this will be the first time that construction is going on, and the technology is walking side by side to make sure that we are getting the smart boards and the other technology pieces in place. The projected enrollment. The numbers kind of read for themselves. Okay. And I want to go right to the demographics. There was some concern about the alignment of the North Side schools, and as you can see, I just want to kind of remind all that we are a district of children of, I want to say, black, brown, and beige. That is the majority of the students that, no, black, brown, and beige. Dr. Rose is telling me something else. I'm like, no. And so I just kind of remind everyone when you look at the demographics, when you look at what the building will look like with the demographics, the difference of North Lark to make it look like Hackett is 36 kids. If you remove 36 kids from the base number of African Americans, it would make the number flip. That's it, 36 kids. It's not measurable, but I also want to defer to our legal counsel in regards to racial diversity or racial isolation that was raised at the last meeting.
Well, at the last meeting, it was actually towards the end of the meeting after a presentation on this, I believe it was Mrs. Adler, asked whether there was any legal issue with the plan for how 50 North Lark will be populated, and there is not. The research in this area, based on case law, is pretty clear, and everything I've heard from the superintendent, certainly everything I've seen, is that this is being populated from feeder schools within the demographic characteristics of the community, which is entirely appropriate and entirely constitutional. And as a matter of fact, under current U.S. Supreme Court law, if you actually were to use race as a factor to determine how to populate the school, that would be unconstitutional. So what is occurring here, to be simple, is entirely appropriate and legal.
Okay. Our next slide. Yep. Okay. Some additional information. One of the questions that came up in the last board meeting was, in order to maintain the balance of sixth grade at Myers, it is recommended that Pine Hill sixth grade, this year's fifth grade, move to Myers beginning in 17-18. This will not create overcrowding at Myers. Based on the projected middle school enrollment, the 4 sixth grades at the elementary level will remain in their current sites until the permanent middle school plan is implemented. That would mean Ash, Eagle Point, Giffen, and Toast. And just a note, we had tried to see if we could gradually put them into the middle schools, and Myers became about 790 and Hackett was at 814. That is the reason why we're opening the third middle school, so we do not want to do that pushing in of the 4 remaining sixth grades. However, we did hear some questioning about what we do with the elementaries that are still at the sixth grade, and the district will work to enhance the instructional programming of elementary students in sixth grade. But just as a side note, nothing is as exciting as going to the big middle school when you're sitting in sixth grade and having the changing of the classes, and the structure is very different. We will not be able to replicate that at the elementary school, but there are ways for us to enhance their exposure to certain parts of the content. And I will emphasize that I am a social studies teacher, so I do believe that they do need to have social studies every day with science every day, so we will be working with my Vanna to my left about doing the enhancement of the curriculum for the sixth graders that are still at elementary. Finally, the additional information. There will be extensive community engagement plan to provide information to all the stakeholders at the interim enrollment plan and related facility referendum for 50 North Lark. We are planning to do family meetings, staff meetings, community meetings, tours of North Lark, web and social media communication, fall and winter editions of the Capital Education and Albany Housing Authority information mailing. Just as a note again, it's putting the cart before the horse, to repeat what Dr. Brennan said, to start doing anything without having first had this resolution go, I guess, the blessing of the board to have us move forward. I also, in talking with several of the board, I had mentioned that we really must first get to the internal parts of our district, make sure that our teachers, our staff, our babies, our families, so those meetings have to go immediately in, and then we start to go out to our larger community. It's so important that our families get the message first once we get the okay here, so that we get the message out and not get it out too soon in case there's any changes or anything goes moving not the way we think. So at that point, questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wilkins.
Can I just do a quick point of order?
Ms. Savage, go ahead.
Just a quick point of order. I don't have a question. I wanted to remind the board members and also members of the public that this is not an action item for tonight. This is discussion item only, which actually, I wish I'd remembered this during the discussion about order of the agenda. We had decided some months ago to structure our agendas so that action items preceded discussion items, so that members of the public who stayed only for the first part of the meeting would always hear all of the actions, and that's, I wish I'd remembered that 2 minutes ago, which I didn't, but that's why the agenda was structured that way, because the bond referendum will be an action item, but this is a discussion, and we do it that way. Our policies require that all topics in general, we have a discussion, and we don't act on them until the next board meeting, for the very specific purpose that we want to make sure that members of the public can hear the discussion, have time to reflect on it, have time to provide feedback to us prior to the next board meeting. So I just wanted to make sure that that point was clear, that this is not something we are voting on tonight. This is for discussion only, and it will reoccur on the next agenda, where I believe it will be an action item unless we do something unexpected tonight.
Right. So do we need a resolution going forward to select an enrollment pattern, or?
I think Dr. Wilkins has asked us to have a formal acceptance of this at some point, but that will not be tonight, because that's only for a discussion.
Okay, so that'll come up next. Ms. Smith.
So first, Anne, thank you, Paula, Ms. Tibbetts, actually whispered in my ear that what you just said. So thank you for the reminder. Dr. Wilkinson, thank you very much for this. I think, and it's not, I don't mean to bring it across as a frustration, but I'm sort of anxious to get to this part about sharing with our families and communicating. And again, because I think without that, it's just, I just think this is important. And so I don't know, do you have like proposed dates already? Like what are you proposing happens when? And
I would like, we actually canceled the meetings in the last 2 weeks. We were going to Cana, and we had a couple other ones because we did not get this put through. We had to actually pull back. So once we do this, we can start laying it all out. We can, I can work with Ron to get some dates to you, and we can get them posted so you can see them. But we have parent meetings, PTA, BTLs. We have them all ready to go. So yes, we do have those dates.
And that's helpful because I really didn't have the same understanding when we left the meeting last time, so that's fine. But I am anxious to see us start rolling this out.
And I didn't either. I thought this was going to be for action item today because this is pretty much the same presentation. So.
Yep, got it. Thank you very much.
Ms. Roach? No. Anybody else? Ms. Adler? Oh. Well, you go next.
So just 2 points. Thank you for explaining this, and Mr. Honeywell explained it correctly. I think I would put it a little differently, and that is that my concern was that we had outside agency. It wasn't that I was looking for a legal imprimatur on this, as much as that over the course of being on the board, there have been a number of occasions where there have been either a document, I forget if it's the federal or if it was just the state, but where, or it might have even been TAC D when they came in, that we have been discussions over whether there was racial isolation in the district. And so for me, that was the concern I had, that while I never doubted the intent to make it equitable and the importance of having a neighborhood school and the importance of getting families to actually use the school as a center and during its interim life as that middle school, I wanted to make sure that this was not something that is a problem. I also want to point out something that this board has discussed and that the greater community does know, and that is that to create a school where parents can go and community can be. In this country now, we have segregation in terms of housing, and it's been written about, and it's not something new that has not been said. And it is an insurmountable challenge to create a school that a family who uses public transportation can walk to and not have to take 3 buses in the evening to go to, when we do not have housing and residences that are fully integrated. And that's a larger piece than for us as a school district. So that is the other thing I wanted to mention. And thank you, Ms. Savage, for pointing out why I actually voted against this. Because it sounds like you may need an action item, it certainly can be. It's up to this board. This board can convert a discussion item to an action item by a 2/3, or in our case, it's a 5-member majority. So that is something certainly to consider if you do believe that you need something formal from this board going forward to be able to start rolling out the communications piece.
I do.
And I certainly respect that and look to you for guidance on that.
Absolutely. I don't feel comfortable doing it until you give us the okay that this is acceptable at this point.
Okay, Ms. Roach.
I just wanted to speak to, the concern that's been expressed, both in the public and by some board members, that there hasn't been enough done yet in terms of informing the community. I feel like we're caught in kind of this state of paralysis where we can't make a firm decision about which students will attend this school until we know we also need to know when the referendum will be to make the necessary improvements to the school. But it seems like there are people that don't want us to schedule that referendum until we have all the answers about who will attend the school, what facilities the school have, et cetera. We have to start now by, at minimum, as a board, passing a resolution that we're going to be using this building as a school, and then work from there. And the impetus is on us as a board. I don't think we did that. We did. Okay. So right now then, the challenge is to pass something to get, right. We're talking about the improvements to the school. I think we need to do it as soon as possible so that we can start making this a reality.
Thank you, Ms. Roach. Ms. Savage.
So I have 3 substantive questions about the intent of the school for next year. First of all, you've been very careful to use the word equitable, which I'm always happy to see in your slides, and I wanted to make sure I was understanding you correctly, that the intention is that the resources at our 3 middle schools will be distributed equitably, not equally.
Absolutely.
So that we will be looking at data points to determine where we have the most children with IEPs, where we have the
Absolutely.
children who are the least academically prepared, and the resources will flow to those children equitably.
Absolutely, has to be, yes.
Okay. So I wanted to make sure that was really clear, that we're not talking about 3 equal middle schools, but 3 equitable middle schools. I don't have a sense, and I'm assuming you don't have a vague sense, but I don't have a clear sense of where that equity will flow. Are we expecting that this school, the new school, is going to have a higher need for those resources, those academic and social emotional resources, than Myers and Hackett?
I would say yes, because 2 of the feeder schools, SA and SPA, have like a full service room, where right now Myers doesn't, but SA and SPA feeds into there. We're just proposing that this new middle school have a full service room built into it already. So again, there's going to be services that need to be transferred from the one elementary school over to the middle school, so absolutely. So we will have to balance that, and that's going to be coming forward, hopefully, through the budget. So we start to look at the staffing, the needs of the children at the same time, the academic pieces, the technology piece, all that will come to you through the budget process.
Okay, so that was my
And then-
first
oh,
question.
absolutely,
The
Dana.
second question is, can you give us a little bit more about the intentions around the 6th graders who remain in our elementary school? I was quite struck by the data last time about how the comparison between our 6th grade elementary students and our 6th grade middle school students, and how much better our 6th grade middle school students do. So can you just give us a little bit more about what we're intending to do to mitigate that challenge for our 6th grade elementaries?
Well, I'm sorry, we're sideboarding here. The little bit is about the teaming. I just know that as a former elementary principal, the teaming was really important. I was lucky enough to have 4 6th grade classes, so what I actually did, everyone taught ELA, but they all split up social studies, math, science, and it really made a huge difference because the children are actually transferring within the hall. So what we're going to have to do is look at the individual buildings. Someone who has a 3-section versus a 2-section, how do we do that? We might even incorporate the 5th grade into that, or 4th grade into that, to make sure that they are actually start to do the rotation, or 5th and 6th grade. So there's a ways to do that, and it might not look the same, looking at equity per building, and how you go about doing that. At the same time, you got to make sure that the teachers are well informed to do the math, science, social studies pieces of it. Some of our teachers do not like teaching social studies or math or vice versa, but at this point, it really would be around the teaming and getting the children used to having a different person sitting in front of them, teaching them, and then the richness of the content that's actually available for the 6th grade teacher there. They try very hard, I think, at this point to make sure the 6th graders are comparable across the district, but it's really hard when the 6th grade at the middle school is actually getting so much information from the 7th grade and 8th grade, and they're included in that vertical alignment. We have to make a concerted effort to do that at the elementary schools for the 4 buildings, so that they're actually doing the same thing. And then again, my Vanna to my left is our curriculum and instructional person. We have to make a more concerted effort to make sure that the alignment for those 4 remaining schools. But again, at the elementary, so 2 deep versus a 3 deep looks a little different, and we may have to go down to 5th grade to help with that teaming, because I've seen that at a couple of schools as well in the past.
Okay, that's helpful, at least to have a beginning of a sense of how that's going to play out. Then my third and final question is, one of the things you have in the slides is that part of your reasoning for suggesting and proposing this enrollment pattern is that it's the least disruptive on the district. Can you, first of all, talk a little bit more about what you mean by least disruptive? And second of all, let us know what other configurations you considered and rejected because you felt they were more disruptive, something about sort of the context of the decision-making process to get us to this point.
Well, it was really through grade configuration the last 2 or 3 meetings that we actually talked about the least disruptive for the middle level enrollment. We also talked about having the north side be the site of the third middle school. This makes sense to make sure that the kids that live in the north side have access to the building that lives in the north side. And the one thing that kind of resonated with the committee was some of the parents that were sitting on the committee, I want to say the last vestiges of that committee, about having a building in which their children and their families could actually go to without being on the bus. Transportation in Albany is a little lax when it comes to busing when you get to the other side of town. Being that that was my home for quite a while, after about 5 o'clock, the buses run once an hour and sometimes not even once an hour. It's like once every 90 minutes in some cases. So once you get over to Whitehall Road, you're kind of stranded over there if it's after 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. But one of the things that came out was that this was the way of which our families, some of our most needy families, could access the school and be attainable for the programs, and the children can actually basically walk to school if they needed to because it's right within the community. So, but that came out of great configuration. I just want to remind folks that that came through that.
Ms. Sadler has one more question, and then Dr. Brandon.
So put my glasses on, I apologize. So I had one question and then one thing that you didn't mention this time, but you did last time that I thought was worth mentioning now because I think I've heard some concerns about it. So in that reverse order, one of them is the concern about there not being outdoor space.
Yes.
And the fact that for those who might be concerned about that, understanding that unlike Myers, Hackett does not have that either, as Myers is the one school that has that. So if you could address that,
Yes.
and then I will tell you my second question is just the category that you show for demographics. You have an Asian category. Is our refugee population within that category?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
But going back to the
I just think the
space.
reason I think that's important has to do with in terms of needs and perception of
Yes,
people around
absolutely.
demographics when we use that term in our district.
Absolutely, thank you. The green space, thank you for pointing out that Hackett only has one little grass that kind of goes up a little bit in the back, and that's all that they have as far as our green space. What is around, probably within, I want to say 300 yards of 50 North Lark is the ball field, which is a softball field as well as a tennis court. And we are looking to, with our esteemed colleagues of Bill and Mr. Hogan, to look to see about uses of that with the city. We can't anticipate having a problem with that, and there is some green space around that as well. So that's really very attainable for us, and it's literally, I want to say, within 300 yards to 400 yards of the school going down to your right, going down Lark. So.
2 blocks.
I was trying to be careful. Going
Dr.
down
Brandon?
Thank you for the presentation, Superintendent. The one thing that I was very pleased with when I went over it yesterday was how you were very explicit in saying that making the differentiation between that this is an interim school with the 3 to 5, and there will be a permanent school coming, and it's in the PowerPoint, and the public has that to take because there is some fuzziness about that out in the community. So thanks for taking care of that. I just want to make one thing clear, and I thank Jeff, Mr. Honeywell, for doing the research to make sure that the public knows that we're not doing anything illegal by feeding that school the way it's apparently going to be fed. but I'm going to say this, and it might tend to be a little bit of an elephant. But no matter how legal what we're doing with this, unfortunately, it may well be perceived by the public that we're populating a segregated school. Matter of fact, it's already out there, okay? So I'm glad he made it clear and has said that we're not doing anything unconstitutional, but the perception from the public might well still be that we are creating a segregated school on the north end of the city. Just want to put that out there. The last thing I wanted to say was in all that we've done with this grade configuration committee and the recommendations that they made to you and that you accepted and presented to us, I'm still feeling, well, you know, I always prefaced, and the rest of the board is correct, we have met on this several school board meetings ago. And I always preface it with this whole situation, I'm just not comfortable with it. I think you've heard me say that before, and I'm still not comfortable with it. With the recommendations that the grade configuration made, one of the good things was they decided that we would do our middle schools 6, 7, and 8. But in all of this, what's bothering me a little bit now, Ash, Eagle Point, Giffen, and Toast will remain in the elementary until the permanent middle school is done. So we still really haven't accomplished what we put the grade configuration committee together to do. We've still got to hold those four schools. And you would think with all of this, we would at least get all 3 of our schools, even this temporary one, with everybody that's supposed to be in the 6th grade in middle school. But with all of that, and I think you explained it to me that it would be overcrowding the 3rd temporary. So this is and the other thing that bothered me when I read your proposal was that the 3 to 5 temporary, somewhere in between there, these kids are going to be disrupted again. And that's bothering me. The fact that we're going to get them in this temporary, in the 3 to 5 period, who knows, it could be 3 years, it could be 4 years. If we get the permanent building, we're going to have to upheaval them again and change everything around with the feeder system. Hopefully a better one than what we're going to have going. So these are more or less comments. I don't know if there are a lot of things that you can even do about what I'm saying. You've explained, you know, that space-wise, we're up against a wall. So that was just the only other thing that I wanted to add. And I will conclude by saying I'm still uncomfortable with this whole situation.
Okay, before you answer, can we get a motion to extend the time? Ms. Adler, is everybody else done? Okay, let's 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Okay, motion by Ms. Adler, second by Ms. Roach. All those in favor for 10 minutes? Dr. Brandon, 10 minutes?
Yeah,
Okay, it's
that's what you
unanimous.
need.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Wilkins.
Just one comment to Dr. Brandon. It's the kids aren't moving any place because they'll already be gone. They'll actually be moved on to the high school, and they'll be out of the middle school catchment. So that's all I wanted to say about that. So, yeah. They'll be
So
phased out already.
my expectation, of course, we're waiting for
Ms.
phase
Savage?
2. I'm sorry, I didn't wait to be acknowledged. I apologize. But my understanding
Ms.
is that
Savage, are
Oh,
you
I'm
done
sorry.
with the
Yes,
answer?
I am.
Okay.
But my understanding was that the goal of phase 2 of grade configuration includes an implementation plan for how we will ultimately get every
Yes.
6th grader in the middle school. And I'm expecting as part of that to see some sort of stepped program so that children will do as much as we possibly can, complete their middle school studies in a building. We might the school might shift. So for example, we might have Arbor Hill right now feeding to 50 North Lark, and ultimately, I don't know, it might feed to Myers or who knows where it will go, but that doesn't necessarily mean a particular child would start middle school in one grade, and we haven't made that decision. That decision about whether there will be multiple upheavals for a child or not will be made by grade configuration phase 2, and I assume they will be looking to avoid that.
Well, yes, and also with grade configuration, the numbers are really adding up to be very large at all the schools at this point. So again, when we left grade configuration in phase 1 and went into phase 2, one of the goals were to eventually, during that 3 to 5 year period, to see if we can get all the middle school 6th graders, all the elementary 6th graders into middle school. And that's going to be one of the things they're going to be charged to do. But again, the numbers make a difference. We cannot overburden the middle schools at this point. So we did the first rollout of it, trying to see if we can phase it in now and get it up front. It's really difficult. So they will be looking at that, yes.
Ms. Lang?
So I have a couple questions about the elementary schools that will no longer have those rooms needed for those extra students. What will those classes then become smaller for those elementary schools, or what do you perceive? Will that be an extra cost of teachers? How will you use the space for the elementary schools?
Okay, you're asking about the SPA. No. What are you talking about?
Pine
Oh,
Hills
North
and North
Albany?
Albany?
Oh, North Albany, West Hills, and Pine Hills. We have to look at the budgetary implications of that, because what's going to happen, those lines and those teachers then go over to the middle schools at that point. So 6th grade teachers are going to be kind of just redistributed within the middle school. The 7th and 8th grade teachers that are sitting at North Albany as well as West Hill will be going over to the middle schools again, because I can't just say they're going to just put them right into 50 North Lark. We have to look at the whole contingency, and then they're in the middle level programming, I should say it that way. I do know that the elementary schools that will be, I'm thinking of especially North Pine Hills, they are busting at the seams, so I cannot tell you what the rooms are going to be used for, but trust me, every room will be used.
And I think Pine Hills had pre-K moved to Ash, so would
Yeah,
pre-K
might
most
be-
likely go back to?
Yes, I believe Ms. Sanders will want her pre-K babies back, yes. And can I just say that the one thing that's going to be the next challenge is getting ready for the budgetary parts of that and making sure that we have all the moving parts going at the same time, because we do have to make sure 6th grade teachers and 8th, 7th, and 8th grade are all aligned at the middle level, and making sure we're not overstaffing or understaffing based on the needs of the 3rd middle school. So,
Ms. Lang, are you done? Okay. Okay, I'd like to really thank you for the fact that we have a real plan moving forward for middle school on the north side. We opened West Hill very suddenly without a real plan, and in a district like ours that has significant challenges, moving forward incrementally is sometimes the best we can do. So this is an interim plan, and it's not a permanent plan, but it feels like a very good plan with a full gym and a pool. Even though we don't have outdoor space, we have some advantages that, well, we have a bigger pool than Hackett, I believe. So there are some advantages there. And if you're going to devote resources, as you suggested, and as I trust that you will, this can be an equitable middle
absolutely.
school.
It has to be equitable.
And everybody's weighing in on how the presentation should have gone. I think it's really important to understand the plan before we devote the people's resources to adjusting a school building. I mean, we're going to use a school building now, or we use it now, we'll use it in the future, and these adjustments are actually really important. And I think another thing that we haven't fully focused on is the fact that when grade configuration started 2 years ago, the focus was figuring out where 6th, 7th, and 8th would go. And the expectation is that once we were done, that's what we would focus on accomplishing. Brighter Choice closing shifted the focus dramatically. So this interim middle school is a result of situation more so than anything else. And you've done what I believe is a great job at getting a plan in place very quickly. We haven't fully shared it with the community, but grade configuration has been going on. Those meetings have been open to the public for anybody to attend. We've discussed it extensively in these board meetings. So I do feel like the community, while they haven't been talked to specifically, if they were really interested, we've talked about it a lot. So thank you. Thank you for the plan. Any further questions? Oh, did you want a resolution?
I would appreciate that so we can get the show on the road going out to the public.
Okay, so we would need, okay, so we'll make a motion to convert this discussion to an action. Okay, motion by Ms. Adler, second by Ms. Roach. She wants it tonight. All in favor? Oh, any discussion?
I really would prefer myself not to convert a discussion to an action. The last time I saw this board do that was for JROTC. This was about 18 months ago, and we paid many, many, many consequences about trust in the community, about switching from a discussion to an action. So I would prefer that we not do that. I will vote against that change. However, I understand the superintendent's desire to have a clear insight from the board about which direction we're going in, and I wonder if we could find a tightrope to walk on here where we do a straw poll or a showing of hands that is not a binding vote about the intention. We've done that in other cases where this is not a binding vote. We are not committing this, but we're indicating. We've done this in a public meeting before where the board members are given, they ask us as a budget every single budget meeting practically. They say, give us a sense of how you feel about that. We could, each of us individually, speak to how we think we feel about this without binding the board to anything, and therefore allowing me to feel comfortable that there would be time for members of the community to provide their feedback over the next 2 weeks, and then we could have a formal resolution in 2 weeks. So that is my discussion on your motion.
Ms. Adler.
So the reason that I am against a straw poll on something like this is that it's not binding. So while I trust everybody has the best of intentions when they give their ideas, 2 weeks go by, people in the community can speak to them, they could change their minds, somebody could point something out, somebody could say, I'm against that and I voted for you, and I'm just, so that's an understandable situation, and for something of this magnitude, for the superintendent to then take action on it in any way, I think is inadvisable. So that's the reason why I think this is very different than telling Bill, go back and work on, we kind of think it's okay to cut money from there and move money to there, bring back to us another proposal. That's sort of a give and take, and I don't see them analogous. So that's why I don't think that's a very good idea. As to the conversion, I do agree with everything that's been said in terms of being very public about this. I understand that people really want us to come to where they are and their associations, and we are. You're going to roll that out and you're going to be in the communities. But when there are big issues like this, and they've been talked about and great configuration has been publicized, and the people in the buildings have been trying to get parents to come from each of their respective buildings, this has been something this district's been talking about for a long time. And we always joke that's why we make the big bucks on the board. So if somebody wants to criticize me for voting to convert, I believe that it's been out there. There's been Facebook stuff posted about it. People have talked about it on their own. And I think that if that is what is needed to move forward, especially with a short week next week and October being almost over, I don't want to see November being when the communication plan starts rolling out.
Any further discussion? Well, I think process and procedure are extremely important. However, I think decisions and leading are actually very important too. Let's actually lead. Let's get this done. We've been kicking the can down the road for a bit, and we postponed the referendum off the main election date, and we're going to do it in the winter. Let's just.
May I say something?
And.
Ask a question, please. Just a little question.
I know I'm the president, but I would really like to be able to finish my thought.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just a quick. just a quick.
Okay, Dr. Brandon.
Okay. With reference to Ann's comments, dear, if we If we don't do this, what would be the purpose in waiting? And then when would we do it? What would be the purpose in
So we're now derailing Mr. Bruce's comment completely. My belief is that the public agenda was posted as a discussion item. The members of the community believe this is a discussion item. We should not convert it to an action item. That is my position. That's how I'm going to vote. Everybody has to vote their conscience on this. I'm happy for us to call the question, and if it gets 5 votes, I'm going to vote in favor of it. I just think we should do it in 2 weeks, and I believe that the rollout of a lot of the scheduling can be happening, the PowerPoints can be being developed, we can be getting very ready to go so that we can hit the ground running, and Dr. Wilkins will have a good confidence that it's likely to pass in 2 weeks so that she can have everything scheduled and not be out in the public. But if everyone disagrees with me, that's fine. This is my position that I think we should wait so that we can be on process.
No, she makes a point. I didn't understand your reason for wanting to wait clearly when you spoke the first time. You make a very good point, because we've been criticized for flip-flopping by the public. So I don't know if, maybe I won't disagree with you. Maybe it would be better if we did just do as we said. Like she's saying, there are certain aspects of this that you can get rolling on, especially the communications part and further letting the public know sooner what's coming. But we did put out an agenda that this was discussion, and we have been criticized for flip-flopping stuff, and then the public feels left out. So she makes a very good point now that she's reworded it for me.
Ms. Roach.
Thank you, dear.
Can someone confirm, because it was my understanding that passing these resolutions was an action item for the last meeting?
Ms. Roach, we're not on the resolutions, we're on the enrollment piece. I completely concur, and for the resolutions, they will be in action, but we flip-flopped the agenda. We were supposed to do that first as an action item, and then this is a discussion, but we got that reversed now, and we're doing this, which is a discussion item on the agenda, and then we're doing the action second, which is the referendum.
I am so very sorry. And if that's the case, and I am so sorry for my misunderstanding, then your argument was very strong and affecting me before you clarified that point, but now that you've clarified that point, you've been persuasive. I would agree that a straw poll in this case is the most appropriate.
Oh, okay, wait. Did we discuss enrollment last meeting, or is this the first meeting?
No, this is the second discussion of enrollment.
This is the second discussion of enrollment.
Second presentation.
So it's just that it wasn't on the board as an action item. It wasn't on the agenda as an action item. Okay, let's vote on the motion on the floor, which the motion is to move this from discussion to action. All those in favor? Okay. Did you get that, Ms. Tibbetts? It was Adler and Bruce for it. All those opposed? Smith, Savage, Roach, Lang, and Brandon. Okay, fair enough. Let's move on. Mr. Hogan, back to you.
Okay, I'm back. I have nothing, I gave you general descriptions of the resolutions in front of you. One thing I didn't state was that as part of this, there would need to be a defined voter referendum date that would go with these.
Okay, looks like Ms. Savage is ready with a date for us.
It's currently a blank space.
So do we need is this discussion outside the context of the motion? Do we make a motion and then insert the date, or how procedurally? Okay.
I think without the full resolution, we shouldn't make a motion on it.
Okay, so this is sort of discussion leading up to the motion. So the date I would like to propose is January 10th, which is the second Tuesday in January. And the way I got to January 10th is that there are, of the first 3 Tuesdays in January, 2 of them follow holiday weekends. And so I'd like to do it early in January so that we can have it done in as expeditiously as possible, and I don't think it's appropriate for it to be after a holiday weekend because people's heads are not in the game yet. And so that is how I got to January 10th. I did have a conversation with Mr. Lesko, who felt that that was a sufficient amount of time for him to do the meaningful community involvement that he intends to do and community information that he intends to do leading up to this referendum. So he did not seem disconcerted by that January 10th date. And so that's how I got to January 10th as my proposal.
Anyone want to weigh in on that? Ms. Sadler.
I actually think that that is good reasoning for why to do it, and unless there's objection, can we go to make a motion to put that into the resolution?
Well, I actually have a comment. I just want to reiterate my perspective from last board meeting that moving a referendum to the middle of the winter for the second year in a row is disrespectful to our voters, and I will not support it.
I have a question, and it's Mr. Bruce. Mr. Bruce, are you proposing an alternative date for this resolution?
May 5th or May 8th or whatever the budget vote is.
But you're aware that we can't get the building ready for the students to come in September if we wait.
We waited last week, last board meeting.
I understand at last board meeting we agreed not to have the referendum on the November election ballot, but my understanding was that we need to be able to do this, have this referendum passed in the winter in order to get the plans approved and to get the plans approved by SED, to have the construction bids go out and get bid on by construction firms to get everything done. If it's done by May, we really can't get it done in time for September.
I understand
I'm
that,
not going to
yes.
sacrifice the kids for this.
Any further discussion? Okay, let's make a motion on the date.
So I'd like to move that, can I just move the whole kit and caboodle, including January 10th? One at a time. Okay, so let's just do them one at a time, and then when the date comes in, which is towards the end, we'll insert the date. So I would like to make a motion for 8C for the seeker resolution, which is available to you on board docs. I do need me to read the resolution out loud. It's rather lengthy.
No, she asked if she has to read this whole thing. No.
Seeker 8C, the resolution seeker type 2, 50 North Lark, 2016.
Do you think you might want to just maybe read the first line of the second paragraph just to explain what it is?
Love to do that. Seeker is the State Environmental Quality Review Act, and we are essentially determining that we are subject to seeker. The board wishes to fully comply with its obligations under seeker and the regulations thereunder with respect to the proposed action. And whereas the board has carefully considered the nature and scope of the project, and whereas upon review of the foregoing, the board makes the following determinations, and then it lists the determinations we are making regarding the third middle school, and that there will be no adverse impact on the environment by using this building, by making the renovations to this building.
Motion by Ms. Savage, second by Ms. Adler. All those in favor? Okay, that appears to be everybody except Dr. Brandon. Dr. Brandon, are you opposed or are you abstaining? Dr. Brandon abstains. Okay, so the next one is necessity.
So I'd like to make a motion. This is referring to 8D on our agenda, a resolution specifying the necessity for the reconstruction and conversion of 50 North Lark Street to a middle school, site work and acquisition of original furnishings, equipment, machinery, or apparatus required for that purpose.
Motion by Ms. Savage, second by Ms. Adler. I'm sorry, I was just reading.
Mr. Hogan's just sharing the resolution with me. You do need to insert, I assume you're inserting the January 10th date.
We're not at that one yet. We're still on the resolution of necessity, which I don't think has January 10th in it. That's
Mr.
not
Organ gave me
until.
the wrong resolution. Okay.
Okay.
It was a test. It was a test. Okay.
I gotcha.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So this resolution is necessity.
Ignore my interruption until we get to the next one.
And we have a motion on the floor and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Okay, that is, it looks like everybody except Dr. Brandon, and Dr. Brandon opposed or abstaining? Dr. Brandon is abstaining. Okay.
So now, in regards to 8E, the proposition for the bond referendum, in this particular resolution, there is currently a blank in the board docs. It is highlighted in yellow, and I am proposing this resolution with the following insertion of January 10th, 2017. This is essentially the motion that we resolve that the City of Albany authorizing proposition, we are authorizing that a proposition go in front of the voters at the special district meeting on January 10th.
Motion by Ms. Savage, second by Ms. Adler. Any discussion?
May I make one comment, please?
Sure.
This is the one that I was anticipating.
Okay.
There are also several other highlighted blanks concerning meeting of the Board of Registration, et cetera. I would just ask the board to adopt this understanding that appropriate dates complying with the law will be placed into those locations.
Everybody's comfortable with that? Okay, and discussion, Dr. Brandon.
The January 10th date, once we vote on this, has to remain. It cannot be changed, right? Okay. Just double checking, that's all.
Just as a point of legal clarity, we have no intention of changing it, but until such time as we publicly notice the referendum, we couldn't change it.
Well, I understood Dr. Brandon's question to be that once you adopt this resolution tonight, you are deciding January 10th. You are correct, Ms. Savage, that you could, quite frankly, up until the date of the vote, decide to cancel the vote. But you're not going to, 3 weeks from now, suddenly start discussing new dates, is the assumption I was making in Dr. Brandon's question.
Okay, any further discussion? Well, I remain supportive of the plan and opposed to the date. All those in favor? That's Smith, Roach, Lang, Savage, and Adler. Opposed? Bruce. Abstain? Dr. Brandon.
Ready for me, Kim?
Let's go.
All right, and now regarding 8F, this is the bond, let's see, the bond resolution dated October 6, 2016, the Board of Education of the City School District of Albany authorizing not to exceed $5.22 million of principal amount to be bonded for this purpose, remembering, of course, that there will be no tax increase associated with this because we plan to use money from our capital reserve.
Do we have to insert a date in there as well? Nope. Okay, motion by Ms. Savage, a second by Ms. Smith. Any discussion? Okay, I would like to reiterate that I support the plan. I am opposed to borrowing money and having a referendum in the middle of winter to execute this project, especially when we could not vote on a feeder pattern this evening, an enrollment pattern this evening. So I will vote against it. Next up, Ms.
I
Roach.
just wanted to clarify something about your last comment, because you said you're opposed to borrowing money, but my understanding was that this project would be fully paid for out of our capital projects fund.
Well, this motion here is regarding bonding.
I understand that technically, we have to pass that resolution.
To borrow money.
In practice, this does not involve. In practice, this would not involve the district going into debt, other than the bonding. is the legal part of it, other than the bonding process, is what I'm saying.
Right. So I
Could-
did not
maybe
say
could-
debt, I said
Okay,
borrowing.
Okay, could Mr. Hogan maybe elucidate a little bit on that, that the bonding is, that the bonding is required by the referendum, but it doesn't actually involve the district? The district has the money to pay for this.
Correct. There's two things. One is these bonds are floated on the financial markets. The bondholders require assurance that the district has been empowered to levy taxes if necessary to do so to repay the bond. So it gives a very high quality rating to the bonds on the market. So that's a standard requirement. So that's one reason we do it. The other reason we do it is if we do the $6.5 million of renovations, we're going to be paying that money out within 9 or 10 months. The state aid is going to be coming in over 15 years. So we will be borrowing money for these upfront costs, and then when the bond money will enable us to match up payments over time so that we don't have to increase taxes. The combination of state aid and our capital reserve funds will pay 100% of this. We do not intend to raise taxes in any way as a result of this project. It'll be paid in full by the state aid it generates and the bond reserve fund, which is already money we have set aside.
Thank
I'd
you
just
for
like to
clarifying that.
reiterate that he said borrowing.
Yes.
I didn't say debt.
He
I
did,
said borrowing.
and I understand now more fully the difference between the schedule in which we expend the money and the schedule in which we receive the money. But thank you for the explanation.
Ms. Adler.
I also wanted to point out, though I'm sure everybody on the board recalls it, but for public consumption, that last year when we went out on a second vote for Albany High School, we were not the only district going out on and off cycle. That there were two other school districts in the Capital District that also put out winter votes, and they were specifically for building projects, for capital type projects in the Capital District. So I just wanted to point that out since we actually have a larger audience tonight than we normally have at this hour.
Any further discussion? Dr.
I'd
Brandon.
like to make a comment before we do the final vote on this last resolution. The purpose for my abstention is because, as I said earlier, I am uncomfortable with this entire issue. I just want you to make sure you put that in the record for me, dear. Thank you.
Further discussion? All those in favor? Okay, that's Smith, Roach, Lang, Savage, and Adler. Opposed, Bruce. And abstaining is Dr. Brandon. Next up, policy. Ms. Savage.
So once again, I want to thank everyone for allowing this to be tabled from last meeting to this meeting. The policy committee met on this topic several times, quite a few months ago now. This has been trying to get before us for our discussion, so I'm happy that it's finally here. It's been publicly available on board docs for about a month. And in fact, one of our public comment speakers at the last meeting spoke to this policy. So you have in front of you, those of you who have electronic, both the currently adopted 12, or all three, the currently adopted 1230, the clean copy of the draft that we are proposing from the policy committee, which is what's on the screen, and also a redlined copy for those of you who would like to see how it changed from the existing policy. So essentially, we have tried to make this easier to read. There's a substantive change in the second paragraph, which is that currently our policy only allows us to have a 30-minute public comment at the beginning, and that we can extend that as long as we want to. And as those of you who attend a lot of board meetings know, that when there's a hot topic, we will extend that often almost indefinitely. You know, we can have 2 hours of public comment at the beginning of the meeting. That's been problematic for our staff in particular, that we're then asking them to do the business part of the meeting, not starting until 9 o'clock at night. So the policy committee is proposing a new option where we could, in lieu of extending the public comment, that we could end the public comment after half an hour and then have a second public comment period at the end of the meeting, thus allowing our staff to do the business of the meeting and then be excused. We, of course, as board members would intend to stay as late as necessary to allow people to be heard. The next set of changes is essentially cleaning up and making the policy more readable. And I don't think I've missed anything there. Oh, eliminating something which we have never done, to my knowledge, at least not in several years, which it used to say that people had to tell us in advance what topic they meant to speak on, and they had to be called somehow in order by topic so that people who were speaking to the agenda could come first. And then we never have actually implemented that, so we just struck that from the, at least not in several years, struck that from there. And then we make clear something that was not clear, and clearly not clear to members of the public, which is that your 3 minutes is for you to use or lose. You may choose to use your 3 minutes or not, but that if you have time remaining, you're not at liberty to give that to another speaker. And that's towards the bottom of the first page. And finally, the new language at the end is to clarify that public comment is really the time for people to provide input to us on our decision making and for us to be listening to comments made by the public, but it's not really an ideal way to ask questions to which you would like a response, and that those questions are better done through good old-fashioned mail or phone or email, and so that we can deal with them on a more expeditious way, that instead things that come to us in public comment are either handled that meeting or are put on an agenda for a future meeting. So I'm sorry to talk for so long, but that was the intent. I think I've said that fairly well of the policy committee. Vicki and Jen can add into me to what I said, or we can just open it for discussion.
Is anybody ready for discussion? Okay, Ms. Roach.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. We had a comment at the last meeting asking if a person who commented in the first comment section and during the first comment period could also comment during the second comment period. And at the time, I sort of thought that the second comment period was intended more as a means to allow people to comment on what had happened during the meeting. But now I understand, Ms. Savage, from hearing your explanation of the rationale behind the second comment period, that we might not, if the reason we're doing this is because there's 50 people signed up to speak, we might not want to let a person speak twice. On the other hand, to some extent, I think if a person is willing to go to the end of the line, if a person is willing to speak at the beginning of the meeting during the 30-minute comment period, wait till 11 to speak again, and then wait until everyone's done, God bless them. If they'll sit for a 4-hour meeting, they deserve to have their say.
I can say that as proposed by the policy committee, it says each speaker may speak only once during the public comment session. It was intended that it be only once. I did hear that question, and I do understand what you're asking. That was not the intent of the policy committee at that time. The intent of the policy committee was that this be a way to structure the comment, not to provide an opportunity for people to speak twice. I do know that in the past, the board has experimented with allowing public comment at the end of the meeting versus at the beginning of the meeting, and both tend to be fairly frustrating for members of the public, because at the beginning of the meeting they haven't heard the meeting, but at the end of the meeting it's 1 o'clock in the morning and they feel completely shut out. So it's been a difficult balance. So
and
I'm not necessarily opposed to it.
And I understand that. My suggestion would be, if the majority of the board agrees with you that commenters should be limited to 1 comment per meeting, the language of this proposed policy is just the tiniest bit ambiguous, that rather than saying each speaker may speak only once during the public comment session, maybe we say speakers may only speak once during each board meeting.
So I'd like to hop in here. I actually suggested some last-minute adjustments, which included that. And okay, sorry about that. I added some last-minute comments, and adjustments to the existing policy, which included that adjustment as well. And I'm comfortable passing this policy this evening, and I would just like to refer my suggestions and recommendations to the policy committee going forward for the next editing. Ms. Adler.
I have no problem passing it. I always, at every meeting when you guys put up a policy, want to thank the committee for what seems to be an incredibly time-consuming job, and this year has been excellent work coming out of the committee, so thank you. But I would like to clarify what Ellen said, so if in your wordsmithing, Anne, when the motion is made, if you could put in that language about it once during the meeting, if in fact that's what your intent was.
Any further? Dr. Brandon.
Just a couple of things, Anne. Paragraph number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All speakers shall conduct themselves in a civil manner. Obscene language, libelous statements, threats of violence, statements advocating racial, religious, or other forms of prejudice shall not be tolerated. Speakers acting or speaking in a disruptive manner, or who persist in speaking in an inappropriate manner, which is the same thing as you said in the above sentence. To me, that's redundant. All that you said is disruptive and inappropriate. So why do you have to put all of that obscene sentence in there? It's all took care of in speakers acting and speaking disruptive and in an inappropriate manner. And then, to me, I think that sentence needs to be struck out because it's too whatever. The other thing, in the next paragraph, the board may place questions and comments from the public on a later agenda. Is anybody going to record what the public comments are as they are stated? Will the public comments that people ask be recorded in any way at all?
They're captured on.
So how are you going to know what to put on maybe a future agenda if nobody's taking it down?
They're on the audio recording.
Who?
Can I speak? They're
The audio's reporting it? Are you picking? Okay. So the board will record and may place questions and comments from the public on a later agenda. Please add, will record. Now on that next sentence, and or refer, I'm on 1, 2, 3, 4, line 4 of that last paragraph, and or refer comments to the superintendent for appropriate follow-up action. It's got to be followed up on and then acted on, okay? And the last point I'd like to make is in the first paragraph on the second page. On behalf of the board president shall ensure an orderly conduct of the board meeting and shall rule on such and shall seek direction from the board on such matters. Those are my suggestions. I hope you can take them in.
So I would like to propose if that we consider two options at this time. Ken had made some proposed language changes by email. Dr. Brandon has made some proposed language changes. Ms. Roach has made a very minor suggestion about one word in the policy. I would propose that we consider sending this back to policy committee and bringing it back, because I really don't think we want to be editing a document in a public board meeting. That does not seem to be a valuable use of time. And it's interesting, I should just mention, Dr. Brandon, it's interesting that the paragraph that you called out, all speakers shall conduct themselves in a civil manner, is the one paragraph we changed not a single word of from the old policy, so we just didn't ever change it. But you're right, it is very repetitive. So that's, I'm sure that people would be very comfortable with changing that. So I ask my colleagues, would you like to pass this as we presented it with the change from public comment session to public board meeting, or would you like to table it and send it back to policy committee, and we will listen carefully to the audio tape and take everybody's comments in and make another pass at it?
Ms. Smith?
I think I'd like to make a motion that we table and take it back to the policy committee.
Absolutely, bring it back, because I'd like to see it before I vote on it. Do whatever they want.
Okay. All right, so there's a motion to table it and bring it back by Ms. Smith and a second by Ms. Roach. All those in favor? Oh, okay. All those in favor?
To take it back?
To table it and bring it back, yes. Okay, so that's unanimous, thank you.
No, was that Jen was not?
Oh, I'm sorry. Everybody except Jen Lang and Miss Lang. I'm sorry, that's just easier to say.
Robert's rules is sliding, Fred.
Miss Lang, all those who are opposed?
I'll just abstain then.
Okay, Miss Lang abstains. All right,
And now can I make a comment, even though it's after?
sure. Yeah.
I just want to say I abstain because we did bring it back last meeting, and that should have been where the discussion was. And as somebody on the policy, right. So I just want to say the changes are fine. I have no substantive problem with the change, but as policy members, we do a lot of work, and I'd appreciate that the first time it's on the agenda to please edit it fastly for us. Thank you.
Somehow people had more time this particular meeting to look at it, I guess. An extra week, right? That's it. And it was also up on the agenda very quickly because it was rolling over. Right, okay. All right, next up is preventative strategies. Presentation by
So she's the one that used to work with the one that quit, right? And so, was there a handout on this?
Yes, you got your purple folder. Where's your purple
No,
folder?
I got it in my, in Word docs.
You got a purple folder too. It's a nice purple folder.
I did,
Yeah, she had.
unless it's home. Purple folder. Maybe she sent it, did I get a purple folder? I'm getting hungry, it's time for a cookie break. Cookies are terrible, or the chips?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Miss McKenna, and can you introduce yourself? I know that your first name is Carla, right?
Very good.
Right, okay.
I'm Carla McDowell, the Assistant Director of Pupil Personnel Services.
Okay. One more time, please.
Carla McDowell, Assistant Director.
Of PPS. All right, thank you.
Thank you so
Yes, proceed.
Okay, so thank you for having me here tonight to give you an update about the work that's been going on in Pupils Personnel Services Department. I'd like to start with just kind of an overview of what we're going to be looking at tonight, and that is a timeline of the work and efforts that's gone on through the summer to current. Also, I'm going to give you some information about the objectives that we had for our staff training on the Code of Conduct as well as the preventative strategies and the outcome of those staff trainings. We're also going to get into next steps, which will include more training and data collection and monitoring. So we're going to end with a timeline for development for next school year, the Code of Conduct and Preventative Strategies Plan. Oh, you all have a folder, right?
Yes, thank you very much.
And I believe in your folders, you should, if I have the same folder, hopefully, You should have an abridged version of the Code of Conduct, which there is more on the back table. And you should have the full version of the Code of Conduct. Both of these documents are on the website. Okay. And in addition, there's also paper documents, which are also have been given out to all of the faculty throughout the district. And these are what we refer to like our toolboxes. So these are the preventive strategies appendices. And we have sample tier 1, 2, and 3 interventions and strategies, elementary and secondary sample ideas for rewarding positive behavior, and also a copy of the preventive strategies plan, which has been accepted. So I'll get into that in our presentation. Okay. Okay. Oops, now I gotta get back to my, there I are. So I apologize if you can't see this that well. But it is a timeline of what's occurred. So starting July 12th and 13th, subcommittee work occurred for over 2 half days. And then we went into, as you know, you were part of it, the public hearing was held prior to the Board of Ed meeting, and then the Board of Ed approved the Code of Conduct on July 14th. Then July 29th, the first draft of Preventative Strategies Plan was developed based on the subcommittee's work. And we went right into the following week, August 3rd through 10th. We did the Code of Conduct and Preventative Strategies Subcommittee, came back together, reconvened for planning the staff training that we were going to be implementing, as well as the draft 2 of the Preventative Strategies Plan was submitted to the independent monitor. Along with the Preventive Strategies subgroup, reviewed the revised draft and identified gaps in training needs. So August 26th, we had our administrative training, and we went over the Code of Conduct and Preventive Strategies. And then we led, a group many different representatives throughout the district were involved with the staff training, which was the Code of Conduct and Preventive Strategies, out to all faculty members. That was a 3-hour training, and we also asked for some feedback, which I'm going to share with you in a minute too. Then on September 15th, the independent monitor approved our final draft of the Preventive Strategies Plan. Okay. So like any good lesson, you want to make sure that you have your objectives in mind. And what we're looking at is what we wanted to do to ensure that we were providing quality training that folks could walk away with these 3 ideas. So we wanted participants to understand why we were engaging in the work of revisiting our disciplinary practices, why we wanted participants to know the core content of the preventative strategies, and we wanted them to know the core content of the Code of Conduct. So this was a lot in 3 hours. This training was really headed by Karen Bechtel and Tim Fowler, as well as all the participants. So we were really involved with that training. So the next slide tells us how we think we did. So we asked for staff feedback, and it was on a scale of 1 to 5. 5 that participants fully understood and grasped the set objectives, and 1 that they didn't understand or grasp the set objectives. Now, this is a little bit of a, gross measure, but I think what's telling is with the number 1, understanding why the district is changing disciplinary practices, you can see that the vast majority of folks were really feeling confident that they fully understood and grasped the objective. All of them did really well. The majority of folks were really in level 3, 4, and 5. Okay? So then the next steps for the Code of Conduct and Preventative Strategies Plan is for training. So the plan for ongoing staff trainings, obviously we have to remember that we are hiring folks all throughout the year, so we have to make sure to include all new hires. And for future staff trainings for the staff that we currently have. So we're looking at topics to include trends and updates to what's new in each document from year to year. And we also submitted a grant for My Brother's Keeper Challenge grant, which we hope that the funds that we hope to receive will enhance our student support services staff development, which was part of what we wrote into that grant. So what we're doing is we're looking at what we're moving on. So we have the Code of Conduct. We've now distributed it, and now we're trying to implement it. So then we realized that we really need to make sure that we're keeping track of items that might come up, concerns, recommendations for revisions. So we're calling it a red line copy. And so as issues come in, questions come in from principals, from community members, from parents, that we're making sure that we're tracking all of these, and then going to go back, particularly with Honeywell, and we're revising, which the ink isn't even dry yet, I think. We're already starting to revise what we currently have, and looking for continuous improvement, of course. We're doing the same thing with the Preventative Strategies Plan. Those were just released to the buildings this week. Folks are just getting their hands on them. The Preventative Strategies Plan, we had a number of copies available, but we didn't have enough for each staff person. So we wanted to make sure that that was a goal, and so we made those copies in the past couple weeks, and everything's been distributed. September to October, the ombudsperson and family engagement coordinator are going to be doing parent meetings around the new Code of Conduct. And October to December, the ombuds is also facilitating meetings with smaller subgroups for the Code of Conduct and Preventive Strategies Committee. So in all this work, we looked at, it was a pretty heavy lift in the summer. Tim Fowler, interim director, came on board July 14th, was handed a big package. And so it's been pretty hit the ground running. And so we paused for a few moments with our ombudsperson last week and said, we need to come up with our own timeline this year. So that's what we did. So we basically backward mapped where we want to be for next year, and that's what you have in front of you. These are all of our targets and hopes, and we're going to make sure that we don't have this summer mayhem that we felt like we had this year. And it really didn't give folks enough time to meet and really understand the changes, so we want to make sure that we give time to our constituent groups. So that includes starting in early January, that we would like to reconvene the full Code of Conduct and Preventative Strategies Plan and have them come together to begin to review the data, the trends, and outlining all the considerations for revisions to the documents. So that's where the red line is going to be really helpful. So that way we already have been tracking some of the things that have been coming forward, and to see what do we need to make changes for the next year. Then the month of love, February, we're hoping to hold parent-student forums for input and feedback. Probably one of the most rewarding things that I was able to do last year is we held 2 parent-student groups at the library, 2 different dates. I know members were able to be here that are here tonight, and I thought it was a really wonderful group of that we were able to have all that parent engagement. And those parents said that they wanted to continue. So we want to help them continue because we really want their input. March and April, the committee begins to develop an initial draft of the Code of Conduct for board consideration. And then the end of April, we hope that that initial draft will be ready for the Board of Ed to review for the feedback there. Then mid-May, that draft that you had already reviewed, which I know was your point last year that you wanted to see it early, right? Will go to the Office of the Attorney General for review, feedback, and approval. Then in June, we anticipate giving them some time because we know that often they might want changes, then we make changes, we send them back. We're anticipating it will not be as many changes, although honestly, I think there were 17 items, something very minor, very minor. Sometimes it was even just a grammar mistake. We were able to move it along very quickly, but we do want to give some padding, so that's why we were figuring about a month to give them a chance to get it back to us, which would allow us to have at the first board meeting in June to hold our public comment session for the new proposed code of conduct. And then our hope is also that in June, the second board meeting will have the final board of approval and adoption for next year's code of conduct. Then July, PPS and communication. We'll do the formatting and printing of the document. Thanks to Ron and his team, it went very well. Lisa was very involved this year. And then early August, mailing, distributing the code of conduct to families in the schools. So that's where we are right now, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Can I just add one thing?
Yes, Dr. Wilkins, please.
I want to publicly say thank you to the Department of PPS, Tim Fowler and Carla McDowell. You all have done an outstanding job. I know I had the whip out real quick this summer, but they have rose to the challenge. They have put together a committee with Karen Bechdahl, with APSA, and APSU leadership, bringing folks together and working really hard to come up with the preventative strategies, and then taking the show on the road and having a team effort where all 3 units are represented, going to building to run through the code of conduct with preventative strategies. We actually did this in like 60 days. So I thank you, and also just as a reminder to the board that our buzz person is Valerie Scott, and our monitor is Dr. Fantroy Ford, and so they are also working with the committee as well, and they are very vibrant and very part of this plan at this point. So again, I wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Any discussion, questions? Ms. Smith.
Thank you. So I want to just echo that. Thank you very much for this work, and I think we said this as a board some time ago, but when we got these in the mail, it was very impressive and very, I think, clear, and I hope other parents felt that way. I wanted to just ask you about the staff trainings outcomes
Yes.
here. I get a little concerned when I see anything here on level 1 and 2, adults not kind of getting the message. It may appear relatively small percentage-wise, but this is some significant folks here in 1 and 2, and maybe even 3, that said, hey, I don't understand this, don't get it. And could you shed any light on this information, like what it really means? Other than we have to do more training or something?
Well, I can say that we, as a group, when we were coming together with the committee and the training, we didn't really, together as a group, have the same exact dialogue and rollout of how we were going to do the outcomes. So I think that looking back, I would have had our entire cohort together, all the trainers, going through how we were going to systematically talk to folks about getting their feedback, maybe having a chart that had the 1 through 5 up, maybe explaining what the real outcome was, because it wasn't necessarily that, it wasn't whether you agreed or disagreed, because I think that that might have played into some of it too. The other thing is I would actually look at our objectives maybe a little bit differently and tweak them, because 3 hours, I mean, it's a lot to do in 3 hours. So we might want to relook at our objectives in the future. It is what it is, and that is how some people felt, obviously. So we, didn't hide it.
No, I appreciate that, and I think it helps, your explanation helps a little bit. I can imagine some of that, but it was just a little shocking.
Mhm.
I want adults to get this. There should
I know.
only be 5s. So
I guess they were
Thank you.
honest, though, how they were feeling at the moment, too, so
Yeah, right.
that's something.
Thank you.
Ms. Rhodes, do you have any questions?
Not at this time. I just wanted to, actually, I'd like to hear what you think the biggest challenge has been and where you think you've had the greatest success with rolling out the new policy.
Well, I think the biggest challenge actually has been time with fellow administrators, because we were learning and changing this so quickly that I feel like our fellow administrators and then our teachers, then our parents, then our children are still just really understanding what this is. And it's almost like you need that year period to go through it to fully understand it too. So, the Monday quarterback syndrome too might be part of it. So that, I think, has been a challenge, and I really think from the beginning, if we could have had more time with our administrative team, but there's so many things that we had to accomplish in that administrative training week, it was nearly impossible to have real deep conversations about this. So that's going to be ongoing. And then the last
I
thing.
think I was asking, where do you think you've had the greatest success with this, if you want to talk about that?
Well, I think Dr. Wilkins was saying too, I think just bringing groups together. I know that there's been other times that the Code of Conduct has come together to work on a new plan and updates, but I don't know if it's ever been done to the extent that it was done this time. I would need historians to tell us, because it seemed like we had so much buy-in and input and interest that I think that was really very rewarding, and it still is. And folks still want to come back to the table when we're talking about the preventative strategies, because that's going to be ongoing work. It's going to be very tedious. It's going to take groups and buildings working along with the independent monitor and the ombudsperson, in particular, the ombudsperson, and really trying to hammer all those out and what they mean to help us then understand how are we meeting the preventative strategies piece of the assurance of discontinuance. So I just think the teaming and the working with people internally primarily has been really rewarding.
Thank you. Has there been much feedback from parents or students about the new Code of Conduct itself?
I think that comment is probably premature. I think in the next couple months, there'll probably be many more insights, good and bad, maybe, for sure. Yeah, it's a change.
Thank you.
Hi. First of all, this is awesome, like really awesome. Like I looked at it twice. So
Back there.
this
I
was.
think Ron gets those kudos.
Okay,
so.
Ron, great. But this was just, and I know that parents are going to look at this, read at least the title, and then if they want to go more in depth, they can, instead of the old one, which I don't even have any idea what it said at all. Like, I don't even remember what it looks like. So thank you for the work put in that. And my question about the preventative strategies, like you started to talk about, I'm really excited that we have an academic component of that. And I was wondering if, I know it's early, but I was wondering if more children are starting to be identified, whether through special education or 504s or trauma or social services, because the Code of Conduct, and wondering if that looks like those numbers are actually increasing because there is now a real tiered approach and interventions and strategies to combat some of this behavior that before was not diagnosed as academic.
So I can talk a little bit, but I'm definitely not the expert because I really rely on our behavior specialists and our PBIS coordinator. So Kathy Hutner and Colleen Conti have been working with building level teams in drafting up the, thank you, in drafting up the tracking system, I'm going to call it for a better word, but a systematic system in which teachers are able to put in when a student has fallen below a percentage. So students are expected to obtain 80% of their points on a daily basis. And then when they've fallen below that mark, then the teachers are tracking their interventions. On the other side of the tablet is behavior interventions. So if there maybe were some instances where there's behavior needs, that's being tracked. The academic piece is also being tracked. So all these pieces are coming together. When you say about identification, I don't know that yet, but I do know the building level RTI teams are coming together in a systematic fashion to really look at the data. It's data driven more than maybe you know, a squeaky wheel or a teacher who knows this system versus a teacher who doesn't know this system is maybe getting some action for a student. And I'm not saying that that's always happened, but I'm just saying now it's really the level playing field. Every child is being looked at and assessed, and then strategies are being put in place for that child. Where that goes along the continuum is yet to know. You know, what building interventions, what additional services and supports do we need, and then when it would maybe trigger into going into special ed or another need area.
And my second question is, are teachers using this as with the children in the classroom? Is this something that they're saying you want to make sure you have your points, or is it don't do this because you're going to lose a point? I mean, how is this being communicated to children? And are we making sure we're rolling this out correctly? Because I don't want a teacher in a classroom to constantly say you're going to lose a point, you're losing a point, you're losing a point, you know, as something so negative that it's all the child remembers for that day is whether or not how many points they have. So I want to make sure that what is the communication around how the teachers are using this system?
So it is the expectation that this is based on the positives, not on threats or taking away or addition of negatives, right? So that's where the PBIS system comes into place. And so there are lots of trainings at the building level. There are the behavior specialists, which have been increased in FTEs, and now we're able to have the majority of our buildings have a full-time or at least a part-time person. And then we have the district-wide, Kathy Hutner and Brianna Olson, who are basically the fidelity check for another, you know, to make sure that exactly what you're saying. This is based on really holding students to the positives, awarding that positive behavior, because giving the teacher the tools to not just focus on the negatives, giving them the toolbox to then accenting the positives in a systematic fashion.
So is this a silent type of point system that the teacher is doing it silently and marking a point, or is this, if a child loses a point, the entire class probably knows that child has lost a point?
Can you hold just for 1 second? We need to add more time. 10 minutes?
I just have one question.
One question. Dr. Brandon? No? Okay. Let's make a motion for 10 minutes. I'll make the motion, second by Ms. Roach. All in favor? Jen, are you in favor? Yeah. Everybody who's here is in favor, and Ms. Adler is absent. Proceed, sorry about that.
Thank you. I've asked for just some backup on this question.
So I completely understand where Jen is coming from, and we've gotten some feedback around how PBIS rolls out in buildings. And so part of that process is called the Benchmarks of Quality, and it's a fidelity checklist to implementation that buildings are required to do as part of the implementation of Tier 1 PBIS to ensure that teachers are in fact awarding it positively and not publicly announcing that you only earned 2 out of your 3 points today. That's the purpose of the class dojo as well, so that can be a private information for the student, not public information that is displayed for all to see. But it doesn't happen with fidelity unless that fidelity checklist occurs. And so many of our buildings have progressed to the point where they have met the fidelity checklist requirement of 80% to say that they are at implementation for Tier 1.
Oh, Ms. Savage, sorry.
No problem. I'm going to really restrict my comments to the preventative strategies because I've spoken at great length about the Code of Conduct and how much I love it. The most important question for all board members to be asking is, do you have the resources that you need, and do the teachers have the resources they need in order to implement preventive strategies in a way that's going to move us down the road towards our goal? And so that's my question for you is, do you have the resources, and specifically do teachers in the classrooms have the resources? And I don't just mean your toolkit, I mean staffing resources, social worker resources, whatever they need to actually make this truly implementable.
I can tell you that Interim Director Tim Fowler is preparing for that exact discussion in November when we're back here. So if I can wait and talk about it in November.
That is fine. And then my other question is, it's really about the evolution of the preventative strategies document. And I am a layperson, obviously. I did scan most of the document. It is full of great ideas, so many great ideas, really tremendous, a lot of stuff in there. But as a layperson, it felt almost too much and perhaps not focused enough. So if I were to be asked as a board member by a member of the public, what are you guys doing about this? I would have a hard time answering the question, right? I could say, oh, we have this great document full of preventative strategies, but that doesn't really mean anything. So I'm not asking for an answer to this question unless you happen to have a pat one, but I would like to see this thing evolve into some sort of like themes or some kind of way that this is more easily communicated so that people really understand how we are changing as a district, because we are changing. It's so much that it's hard to convey it to other people.
I agree. I think as soon as we step back and we took a look at what we currently have, then when we presented it on September 1st and 2nd, even faculty were already giving suggestions, already coming up with ways to actually make it more user-friendly. So I do believe in that January meeting, that's when we're really going to start to look to see how we can make this document really more of the tool that it's supposed to be.
Great. And then the very last comment, which is very short, thank you for the schedule and for getting us the Code of Conduct in April. That would be a tremendous improvement over my 2 years on the board to not be, getting that Code of Conduct, and be like, here, pass this 800-page document that you've never seen before. So thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. Wilkins.
Just a reminder that in the presentation from Carla and from Tim, they are doing a red line mark document for the Code of Conduct as well as the preventative strategies, and that's really important so you don't forget anything as meetings are going on. They're notating it and documenting October, November, December. So, okay.
Right
And
now
also,
we have a whiteboard.
Yeah, they're doing it already. They're doing it. The other thing I just wanted to, because of the parent-friendly Code of Conduct as well as our Code of Conduct, I have to thank Ron Lesko and Lisa Angerami, because they were meticulously doing the Code of Conduct to the point where I think Lisa was curled up just looking at it at her desk, just going through there and lining everything up and marking it up and making the pictures perfect. They just did an outstanding job. It is just wonderful with the product that we've actually produced. So kudos to our communication department. Thank you.
Right. I'd like to reiterate that they're wonderful documents, and thank you very much for doing this. Obviously, nobody likes to be under an assurance agreement with anybody, but it seems like there's been great work done. And if you had to highlight one point of focus as being the biggest impact of all of this effort, what would it be?
Well, I think when you go back to the outcomes, right? When I look to see the number one, understanding why we are changing our disciplinary practices, the vast majority knew 4 and 5 that we cannot continue to operate the way that we've been operating when it comes to disciplinary practices. So I think that in all of this, we now have the support we need to move in another direction. So I think that that is in fact probably the good that has come out of all this, is to have those open conversations, to be able to talk about race, to be able to talk about prejudice, and it's gonna be a long journey, but it had to happen.
Thank you very much. Did anybody else have any? Nope, we're all done. Thank you. Thank you very much. One more.
Oh, sorry.
Dr. Brandon, I thought I checked with you.
No, you didn't, dear. It's the second I got from you tonight. What I wanted to say was, the only thing I've gotten from the community and the public on this code of conduct is praise. So I want to pass that along to you. And the fact that you all adhered to the request of the AG to get a preventative strategy plan, which I think is going to make all the difference in the world with what we were doing compared to what we're doing now, what you all have projected now is going to make all the difference in the world. But I got comments from teachers when you first presented it, I guess, to them, yes, and teachers' assistants. Oh, and at that time, I hadn't seen the finished product, but they were raving about how different it was, how simple it was to understand, how concise it was. So I just want to pass that praise along to you, and keep up the good work so we can stay out of the AG's office.
That's our
Thank
goal,
you, dear.
too. Thank you.
Yes, see there? What is the matter with you? I knew I told you.
Okay. Next up, high school summer school results.
Good evening. The high school summer school presentation will be given by Gustavo Lohr, who is currently a 6th grade teacher at Myers and served as one of the co-coordinators of the high school summer school program. Janet Escado-Lavoy, who has served as co-coordinator in the past, helped with the preparation of both the report and the presentation, despite the fact that she is currently on leave due to the loss of a family member.
Good evening. So, if we can pull up the PowerPoint and I'll focus on the main points of the success of the program. So the program was a 6-week program for grades 9 through 12. It was 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday, 3 classes per day. This year we implemented AIS teachers for reading, math, and also we continued our Apex instruction and offered Regents test prep for our students. The total amount of students were 744. Out of the 744, 657 were part of Albany High School District. We had 65 staff members. Out of the total budget of $403,440, we used 317, and that left about 85,000 that we didn't use. Part of our metrics, our average attendance rate per the week were about 79%, close to 80%. As far as discipline, we dropped 22 students, but out of the 22, about 14 were due to attendance, not showing up to class, and the rest were more of infractions. There were a couple of weapon possessions and drug possessions. As far as academics, there was a 64.5% course pass rate for all the classes, and the Regents passing rate was at 34%. Moving forward, our proposed changes for the following year are as follows. The assistant academy principals will serve as program coordinators. That will eliminate the coordinator costs that we've had in the past. We also want to add a part-time social worker. We want to increase the bus pass budget from $4,000 to $14,000 to serve the 350 students. And we also want to provide curriculum writing for the teacher, the summer school, to have a better roadmap and guide for the summer school curriculum. We will also provide them with professional development so they'll be able to better provide the students with a curriculum that's short-based according to the program. We also thought that having the program run Monday through Thursday, we can also provide a full day for sophomores who need extensive credits to reach junior status. This would allow sophomores to retake up to 5 courses. And those are our proposed changes for the following year.
Thank you. Ms. Smith.
Thank you very much. I have to say, one of the highlights for me is being on that stage when these youngsters cross in the summer. I know it's a small group. It's very different than the big graduation, but that just is a special moment to see them get through it. I did have a question about the curriculum writing. Could you just help me understand a little bit about what's different in a summer program than regularly? I mean, it's not just you need to obviously modify something, but I assumed it was like just something that was just a scaled down version of what goes on during the year. I'm wrong about that? Is that too simple?
So one of the things that we need to do in our summer school program is narrow the focus and not randomly narrow that focus, but be very targeted in what we're doing using assessment data. So we're able to take our January performance data from Regents exams, and then as we get closer, our June performance from Regents exams, to determine what areas students really struggle with and are preventing them from being successful on the Regents examinations. So what the high school team proposed after we debriefed summer school this year was to not only just look at that data, because the high school currently does that, but to begin to do some specific curriculum work around that, so that using the data to really define what's going to happen in those summer school classrooms. So almost having a summer school curriculum that's targeted and focused, which is really replicating what we're attempting to do at the elementary and middle level by finding those priority standards so that we have a narrow focus that we can actually move in one particular direction.
Hey, Vicki, can I hop in for a second?
Sure.
And what did you guys use this summer for curriculum?
What we use the curriculum that is existing. We use a lot of test prep materials for what kids are going to get ready for, and so we're covering a lot of things. And then teachers pull out their individual bag of tricks. So if I'm a social studies teacher, and I know what typically happens on the Regents exam, those are the types of things that I would be able to pull. But what the high school discussed when we debriefed was having a more systematic approach to doing this level of work.
And I'm not surprised by transportation, I think, but is it in part, because kids are like working, and I mean, what's the increase, which is quite substantial?
And you can speak to that if you want, and I can.
Well, we had many students this past summer that were missing their first period class, we noticed, due to the lack of transportation that they had. And we were limited in the bus passes that we were providing to them. So that's why we want to extend the amount of bus passes, because after a certain point, we did run out.
One more. On the attendance, were you able to try to get a sense of why some students just, they just stopped coming or didn't come, yeah, can you just shed some light on that?
Our homeschool coordinators during the summer worked very diligently to communicate with parents to find out the attendance concern. A lot of it was just lack of effort from the students. Some of them just chose to work as opposed to go to school, work conflict. And also transportation was an issue. Some of them wanted to get to work early and not miss out on their work experience.
Okay, and one more final question. So the youngsters that didn't finish in the summer, how many of them are coming back? How many of them are just saying, I'm done, I'm dropping out? Do you have any of that data? Which can happen later, I just was curious.
That's a very good question. I don't have that data, but I can certainly look that up and find out.
Hey, Vicki, could you just, Ms. Smith, could you repeat that, please? I just didn't hear the question.
Sorry, it was just really trying to get some understanding of what happens to those who stop coming to summer school, and I just wanted to figure out if we could help solve some problems there. That's all. Thank you.
Ms. Rich.
Sure. I had a couple of questions. The first question was, you suggest increasing the school day from 3 periods to 5. Is your experience that most of the students in summer school are taking the full 3 courses? Can you tell me more about the typical profile of the summer student in terms of how many courses they're taking?
The extension was more focused for the sophomore class to get them a head start into getting those credits that they need before they get to the point of being a senior and rushing and getting those credits that they need. So we want to get a head start with that sophomore class. So it was more focused for them.
Understood. Are most summer school students only taking 1 or 2 classes, or are most summer school students that are already taking 3 classes because they failed 3 courses?
It varied. Some of them needed 3 because they failed the 3. Some of them just needed 1. Every case was different.
Some students will retake a class that they've passed, but they have to take the Regents exam in that class. So instead of just waiting 6 weeks without having that information in your head, we really encourage kids, even though you passed that class, you didn't pass the Regents exam, please sign up to take that class so that you're prepared for when the exam comes.
That makes sense. And just one question that, if you can answer it, it seemed like looking at the test scores, the Regents Global History exam results were drastically lower than everything else, including the math and science. Is it maybe fewer students taking that threw off the numbers? Or, obviously if it's just 1 class and 1 teacher, it's not something that you can talk about, but is there something, that you can speak to regarding why that is so?
In the high school academic report, you're going to see the trend data for August Regents examinations. And you guys all know that August is one of the toughest pass rates that we have, because these are students who have made multiple attempts to pass these assessments. And global studies tends to be one of the most challenging exams because students take this course over 2 years. So they have tested on 2 years worth of information. And again, in the academic report from the high school, you'll learn about what New York State Education Department is actually attempting to do to rectify that, to give children some other pathway options to completing their high school requirements without being required to sit through a test that tests 2 years worth of knowledge.
That makes sense. Thank you so much.
Hi, I saw on there that we're giving Regents exams in Spanish. What other languages are we ordering our Regents exams?
So the August, and I'm speaking off the cuff here, the August administration of Regents exam is not the same number of exams that are available in June. So January and August Regents exams are limited to what the state chooses to offer. And so I think Spanish may be the one that they choose to offer for the August examination period, whereas, actually, no, there's no Spanish exam. There's no Spanish Regents examination. Those tests are building created. So when you say Spanish, it's got to be the translated version of the test. So I think they only do a translated version for Spanish, Chinese, and Russian, if I remember correctly. Where's Jody? Because she's my Regents person. Go for it. I'm right? Okay, that was off the top of my head.
Are you talking about the translated exams?
Right.
Or
Is
that,
That's what it is.
What's the explain the difference between
well,
Regents?
are you talking, if you're speaking of the Regents exams, several years ago, I don't know exactly what year, but actually
rid of
quite some time ago, they did away with the foreign language Regents exams, and now districts are charged to create those tests. They are modeled
talking about
on the
translated.
old Regents and those
No,
tests.
So the
Regents translated
exams
into
only come
Arabic,
in,
Spanish.
Nope, they come in Spanish, Chinese, and Russian. Those are the three languages that you can get the exam translated in order that way. Everyone else, you have to hire a translator to translate the exam and translate the students' responses.
Verbally, is that what you're saying? Okay. And second, I was trying to go through the report and the presentation versus August Regent exam results, and then the percentage of class passage. What is the class passage? Is the summer class or the class that they did, right?
That is correct. It's
Okay.
a summer class.
And so for the class, it looks like algebra had the highest number of kids enrolled, but they did the worst in algebra. So was there a teacher issue or an exam issue or just the content area?
During the hiring process, there was a need for math teachers, so there wasn't a big pool of candidates for those positions, and I believe that played a factor.
So our kids weren't getting what they really needed in order to, I don't, or
Are you looking at Common Core, Algebra 2, Jen?
I'm looking, yeah, there was a big number, the people that enrolled, I'm going back and forth between the two presentations, I'm sorry, but yeah, it looked like the most number of kids signed up for, like if I go up to how many kids were enrolled, and it's US history is 108, and then algebra is 122, right? And then when I go down to how many pass-fail, percentage of the course, only 25% of the students passed in algebra. And then with the exam too, it wasn't that great of a number. So that was kind of just like global jumped out. Math also jumped out at me as to, there was much more students that obviously needed help in that subject area.
So if you look at, there's summer school algebra 1, and then there's summer school algebra 1 Common Core. And so the students who were eligible to take the algebra 1, which is the old 2005 standards assessment, had a much better pass rate than the students who were taking the Common Core math assessment. And so this is still really a work in progress when you think about our K through 8 math scores on our state assessments as we're beginning to prepare students for Common Core assessments. And then students are entering high school with the expectation of taking those Common Core assessments.
And then having
as well.
staff that know how to teach that level of Common Core math at the high school, I would presume,
And
as
if
well.
they had a challenge of acquiring algebra teachers, which we did at the middle school level as well, it does add another layer to the challenge. And then you're having students who struggled in math all year long trying to make that accomplishment in a 6-week
So
period.
is that something that we want to look into, as Anne always says, resources?
So
Do you
in
have
terms of
what you need?
resources, the board actually gave us, we proposed and were able to provide AIS support in reading and math for the first time this year, in the effort of saying, yes, students are going to go to take, to get credits and to pass their Regents exams, but to the point of the board, if they are struggling with reading in general, is 6 weeks of summer school without additional help really going to make a big difference? And so the push-in support that the summer school coordinators utilize with AIS this summer, it's the first time we've done it. And so again, in building a curriculum that is targeted and focused and beginning to structure things so that we can utilize those resources most efficiently, that I think will begin to make a difference, but we have a long way to go in terms of being able to support students who may have been struggling with math since elementary and middle school.
And the AIS supports you're talking about this year for the current year.
This past summer was the
This
first
past summer was the first time we did it in summer school, and then we're continuing.
And they do receive AIS services during the school
Okay,
year.
'cause the number just really jumped out, that algebra, and then the support didn't look like it helped as much as I would have liked to see. But otherwise, I think it was great, so thank you.
Oh, we need more time.
We need more time, right? Could I get a motion to extend?
5?
Sue, do you?
I have no question.
I have one question.
15? Is that 15?
10, 5. 10, we'll do 10.
Okay, let's go 10, and maybe Ms. Savage is next. But okay, motion for 10. Ms. Savage, and a second. I'll second it. All in favor? Okay, that's Lang, Savage, Bruce, and Brandon, and Adler, and Smith. No, Miss Roach didn't.
I'm going to vote against that because we have about another hour's worth of items on the agenda, and I don't think we can postpone them. Okay, then I guess I'm sorry. Then I will vote in favor of it. I'm just...
Okay. Okay, so
I got 3 quickies. Can
wait,
I go,
hold on a
please?
second. Miss Roach was no, right? You got that, Miss Tibbetts?
Too much.
Okay.
I was guilted into changing my vote to yes by Dr. Brandon. Yes, register under protest.
Ma'am, I am. Oh, dear. Thank you so much, dear, for, first of all, for this agenda's overloaded tonight, and I know you didn't intend to be here to going on 11 o'clock. But anyway, from reading this, it looks like the summer went relatively well for you. Because this program is so important to kids that are trying to get what they need to graduate. You know, there's no question about the necessity of it and that it has to be funded in the whole 9 yards. I looked at your needs list, and it made sense, and I think we really need to see about in the budget for next year to make sure, but I have one little teeny question here. What did you not do to wind up coming $86,000 under budget? What did you not use because you know when we set the budget for give you so much money, and then you come back and tell us $86,000 you didn't use, what did you change, what did you do, however, and then you give us a needs sheet, then it makes me kind of wonder so give me some explanation on that, please, dear.
Sure. Well, one, the enrollment numbers were different due to the fact that we only limited the summer school sessions to Albany District students and local parochial schools and charter schools. So there were less enrollments. And two...
And you based your requested budget on a certain number of kids that you was pretty sure you would have, right? I see Dale bobbing her head back there, so I guess I'm on the right track. Okay, dear.
And another factor was that we were able to close a variety of courses due to low enrollment and place those teachers in co-teaching environments. Okay. And instead of teaching 3 periods, some of them were cut down to 1 or 2 periods because of low enrollment numbers.
So it was or it wasn't salaries?
I'm sorry?
It was or it was not salaries? It was salaries.
Yes.
That wound up in. I was just curious about what you apparently didn't do to come in $86,000 under. That's all I have, dear.
Sure.
Just keep up the good work and,
thank you,
etc.
So I appreciated the history of summer school. That was very helpful for me because I am, new to the whole summer school thing, so that was very helpful. But what I couldn't tell from the report was this year's summer school more effective than last year's summer school? And I wondered if, I know the numbers are small, maybe you just can't really report that quantitatively, but maybe there's some qualitative information you could give us about whether these changes that we've been making over the years are actually making summer school better.
Well, this was my first summer experience in coordinating the program, but from the qualitative responses that we received from different staff members, including security members and other teachers that have been in the program in the past, it did run much smoother. We did have a different setting. We did have the classes at Hackett Middle School. The classes were smaller compared to the past. And since the classes were smaller, students were able to get more richer instruction, and there was less discipline problems as well.
And so if we were to look at numbers, perhaps in some future report, we would be able to see that the discipline numbers were lower and that were the pass rates higher?
So what I can do is pull last year's program report, because it's set up in a very similar format, and pull up the pass rate data and the August Regents results data and the discipline data and just make that comparison. But I will echo Mr. Lohr. He and Janet did a fantastic job along with the high school team moving summer school over to Hackett on very short notice. And when you walked in there, you could hear silence in the hallways and learning in the classrooms. It was a very, very strong summer school program.
Well, you may have to move it on an ongoing basis, so good. I love the report. I love the conclusions at the end and the recommendations. But you didn't mention math teachers in the recommendations. It sounds like we have to incentivize or something. So I did get an explanation here, and you provided it also around social studies and world history and the challenges there. So what can we do differently? I don't believe that was specifically addressed, because that seems to be one of the biggest challenges along with algebra.
And I'm not the instructional supervisor for social studies 7 through 12, but and also I'll lean on Karen if I need to. My understanding is that the requirements around the global studies examination are actually going to change. New York State recognizes what a burden it is on students to have to maintain that information over a 2-year period of time. And I don't know the exact time period of when that will change and when students will have access to that particular exam, but that change will happen. What happens traditionally with global studies is students are placed back in a global studies class, placed in a global foundations class, go to Regents Review, put on Apex. Like, we give them every intervention we possibly can to begin to build their capacity to prepare for that exam. But it's really about being able to access the exam as the reading test that it is and hold on to the content of information over 2 years.
Okay, and also the bus pass thing, did you guys learn of that early? And is there something we could have done?
Yes, and I will take complete responsibility for that, overseeing all the summer school programs. In the past, Albany High School did not receive bus or transportation at all for their students. And so I took the existing number that was in the budget last year for transportation, but it was actually a budget that was used for middle school transportation. But all of middle school was picked up in Title I funds this year, and so we didn't use that. So I said, here's $4,000 that the high school can use to do transportation, but it was a drop in the bucket. What I didn't realize is because we had cut back so much on our staff that I could have called Bill and said, can I move $10,000 so that we can buy more bus passes? So now that we have a better sense of about how many students would take advantage of that, and the fact that we can make those adjustments in real time during the program, and that the high school should be eligible for some Title I support for summer school next year, I don't see it as a problem going forward.
All right, great, it seems like we have other questions.
Just a quick thing. I just wanted to ask, as you go forward, I didn't have any questions, and I still don't, but as you go forward for next year, Cecily, if you could figure out whether there's any creative way of, in addition to providing the pass rate on the Regents, which is obviously much more informative than pass rate in the class, because it's really trying to get the Regents credits, whether there's a way of being able to demonstrate if there's any abating of the loss that happens in the summer. In other words, I don't know how to capture it, and I leave it up to you all, but one of the ways of also driving the continued dollars into summer school is to be able to say that while we're not passing the Regents right now, we've been able to stem the tide of almost like when Vicki was talking about dropping out, but kids having such a loss that they then are coming back in the fall, even behind where they left us, when they were behind anyway in that spring. So I understand it's a big piece to address, but if you could keep that in the back of your mind as us being able to kind of look at summer school and the dollars that we're putting there for that.
Two things. I'm not going to promise anything, but one of the things that Gustavo and I were discussing just this evening even is whether or not Ken Robin is going to do some comparison work for us for our other summer school programs once we have our NWA data in, whether or not it'd be worthwhile to take the same thing with the high school students and make that same comparison just to see if there's a difference, for those students who attend summer school and recover some things versus those who do not. And I don't know if that's possible for him to do. I'm not going to make that promise, but I will have that conversation with him for that comparison. And just a second note that I'm really excited to announce is that I would not be sitting at this table next year presenting high school summer school. That will fall to my lovely colleague, Lori McKenna, and the high school staff as they take over that program. So, but I have made note of that, of those things that we want to continue, and I just want to give credit to Lori because she has come on and just tried to get an understanding of what we did in summer school this year for both high school and middle school so that she can take that on next year.
Yeah, I had one more question. You mentioned the conflict with work responsibilities. Were there people who worked in the city program, or is there flexibility around that? Do you know, can you work mornings and afternoons for them? You can.
Yep. Typically what happens is they reach out to us and our middle school and high school counselors to create work placements that'll work for students so that they get the summer school education that they need and still have a work opportunity.
Okay, but it was mentioned that there was some problems associated with setting up the schedule. So was that with other employees beyond the city, or?
I didn't. Did you hear that? I didn't hear about that.
There were some issues because the city would really like to have the morning or the PM or AM schedules ahead of time, but we can't get to them at the early part of June. It has to wait till we know when the child has summer school or not. So the timing's off. They need it at the beginning of June. We don't get it to the third week in June. So that was the problem. It's always been that way. Middle school, you can get it earlier, but the high school, you have to wait to the very end to figure out who's actually going to summer school. So that's all.
And it's also the transportation issue once they're at summer school, and if they don't have a bus pass, it's okay. Yep. Got it. All right. Thank you. Very, very good. Very good.
Good job.
Thank you.
One. Okay, next up, academic analysis, Albany High School. We are about 40 minutes behind. Good evening, and I really apologize for the lateness of our board meeting.
Okay, well, we're going to go through this quickly because remember this is part 2 of the assessment report, and we decided to take the high school out and do it separately, so we invited Ms. Delgado here to come up and join us at the table to help along. So this is, I wanted to start actually this part of it with the new assessment requirements, the new graduation requirements that are coming down the pike. Because now students, in the past students had to pass the 5 Regents exams. Now it can be sort of a 4+1. And the 4+1 is they still have to continue to pass the English Regents, but it's any math Regents, any science Regents, either the global studies or U.S. history, and any one of the following, passing an additional Regents in any of the aforementioned areas, and passing an approved CTE assessment or an approved pathway assessment in LOTE or arts. So I wanted to kind of preset the board that that is coming. So we're living in a little bit of a changing world. So, oh, can you? Oh, I got it.
Sorry, Andre.
That's fine. So here is the region's data. What we decided to do was compile this all into the years, and we chose to put the year in January, June, and August, even though the year actually begins with the August exams, because that's in that school year. For students and the way that we look at students, August is really the last opportunity to take the test for that given school year. I've highlighted the traditional 5 exams, with 2 science exams, to illustrate that this, in the past, this is what we needed, was the Algebra 1, the ELA, the global history, and then either the living environment or the earth science and the U.S. history and government. As I said just before, this will change moving forward. But I will also say that it is going to continue to follow this similar path. We're not going to have a student that is taking geometry and hasn't gotten through the algebra regions. We are not going to have students in chemistry that haven't taken living environment. It's kind of the way that it's structured, but it will give us, as Cecily said, some flexibility with the poor global history returns that we've had. The other thing that's coming down is that exam will now cover 1 year of content versus 2, which means that we can really turn the 9th grade into a skills-based, inquiry-based year in order to prep them for the following year when they've got that content from, I think, around 1500 to the present. Okay. In the original academic report that was submitted last time, I stopped at the Regents exams, but in thinking about tonight, I thought it would be good to include a couple other academic indicators from Albany High School. And so Dale shared with me the receivership information, and I pulled out 2 of the key academic pieces. And it also has to do with sort of the on-time pieces. Much of the receivership indicators have to do with the cohort, the 2013 cohort, which is the 5th year folks. But there are 2 on-time indicators that I think fit well in a discussion around this. The first one is around the 9th grade credits achieved, and all the research points that if students get to the end of 9th grade with 5 credits, they are on a trajectory to high school graduation. And so this was a key indicator for a key benchmark for the high school to track. And they really did a super job with it. As you'll see from this data, they had the baseline at 61% of our 9th graders achieved the 5 credits. They chose a progress target of 62%, and the goal was 74 for 2015-16. And for that cohort, that 2015 cohort, we actually got to 68.5%, which was above the progress target but short of the goal. But that's good news. It's a trend. Yes?
Could I ask a quick question?
Sure.
The progress target, the goal, and the baseline, can you just explain those?
Yes, those numbers were given to us by the State Education Department. The baseline came from the year before data. They wanted a 1%. If you look at their progress targets, the goal was greater than that. The goal was 74, but we surpassed our progress metric, didn't achieve the goal.
Okay, and where'd the goal was from state ed as well?
Yes, and so those change. So this year, the targets go up and the goals go up.
And the progress target, though, was the receivership metric?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and we chose this metric because we believe to try to keep our freshman class whole to senior year.
Got it. Sorry for the interruption. Thank you.
No worries. The second of the 2 receivership indicators that I've brought here tonight is also the on-time English Regents passing rate, the Common Core English Regents passing rate, which is a real success story. The baseline was 49%, the progress target was 50%, and the goal was only 51% for 2015-2016. And for the 2013 cohort, so these are the kids who were juniors last year, the actual percent of students achieving 65% or greater on the English Regents was 57%, so we did achieve the goal. Now I have a little caveat for both this slide and the one before it. This is information that has been submitted, but we have not yet received back from SED the rubber stamp saying, yes, we concur, this is correct, this matches. So I just want to make sure that, you know, we have that little caveat. We are feeling really confident and good about these figures, but we haven't gotten the official word back. But I do think that it shows that we've, you know, number one, that the high school has really done some great work. I mean, they were driven, and Dale Ghetto was, you know, her mind was, she had a one-track mind, and it was on receivership, student achievement, and that's what she was doing, and doing whatever that needed to be done to get there. And I really respect the work that she did to, you know, to move the ship where we did indeed move it. So we have a couple of next steps, and those are really to sustain the progress that Albany High School has had in the monitoring practices to ensure student success. I love the 9th grade 5-credit indicator because it's a really smart one to watch, and it has long-term effects and benefits if we're careful about monitoring that indicator. So we want to continue those practices, and the team is really adept, has become very adept at doing that work. The second thing is that we're really going to have to work with the building curriculum team leaders and the school improvement team to ensure that the alternate assessment pathways are developed, well articulated and communicated. And I'll stop there for a minute. I did speak to guidance last week and asked how many diplomas were awarded this past year. And she didn't give me a number. I actually asked the how, not the how many. And basically, we've had kids that primarily in the STEM area, kids who may not have had the 2 social studies exams, but had 2 math exams or 2 science exams and earned their diploma with that pathway. The art pathway, the SED has released the tests. They're really AP tests that we have to develop how that's going to look. We haven't had that come up yet, but we have to actually say, okay, what is the assessment that would provide the +1, and how are we going to track and make sure that they're keeping track of who is in that line. And I think when we get to the new courses in a few minutes, we'll talk about that, because our new course recommendations are based on that. The only strange thing that I cannot find an answer on, and I called SED yesterday to speak to Ricardo Contento, who is the foreign language connection. He's out doing PD on the seal of biliteracy, by the way. He would be able to, I hope, be able to provide me an answer about what is the LOTE test, because I don't know that it's going to be checkpoint B, the 3rd year. I don't know that it is. So I have to get clarification on that. And once we know about those pathways, we actually, as the building curriculum team leaders at the Albany High School, need to develop a plan for students to be able to access those as alternatives to graduation. And then the final thing is we do need to continue to refine grading practices and review our current policy. And that does it for that piece, except your questions.
So, there we go. So kudos, great work. And these metrics will remain the same for the coming year. And so for instance, the 68.5 on the progress target, that becomes your baseline, or no?
I have that in my file. I can tell you what our target is
Okay, is that all right? Okay, that'd be great.
All right, let's move on to the next question. She'll. Do you have a follow-up question?
Well, no,
Okay.
it depends on the answer here, but.
Okay. Well, Ms. Adler has a question for Karen.
So you said before that it hadn't come up yet, and what I believe you were referring to was STEAM as opposed to STEM, right? Getting the diploma for the arts, the pathway?
No,
okay.
the arts is clearly defined. There's a list, the exams are there about what exam, because we have to have an objective exam for those alternate, we still have to have 5 exams, but they have to be objective, which is why I don't think it's going to be checkpoint B for foreign language, but we have the arts, they're
Well, I know we
defined.
have that. I guess my question is, as of this past year, like when is it that we're able to allow kids to do the +1 as a pathway for graduation? Is it this coming year or was
Yeah.
it last year?
It's certainly this coming year, and I do believe it was last year as well.
So, and is that something that all the guidance counselors are letting students know, and families and parents? Like, does everyone who who isn't on the board and didn't watch TV and see that last year, that to me is another one of those, it has to be communicated pieces.
Yes, and that, I think, needs to be a part of the plan that I have to bring to the SIT team and the building curriculum team leaders and the guidance folks in order to get it in place for students that are coming up. We didn't lose an opportunity. I think that's where your head is going. Did we lose somebody that probably could have gone down that track?
Exactly where I was going.
And I would venture to guess.
Okay.
No.
And so, just so you know, that's my only concern and the only question I had, because sometimes, not because of anything you guys have done, and I commend you, but we're sometimes late out of the gate for any number of reasons or combinations, and it is now October and people will graduate this spring. I just want to make sure that that pathway is delineated and that it's been communicated, because that is always the worst kind of emails or phone calls that we get. And it's at that point, it's just too late.
Yeah. And I don't think we're late out of the gate on this one at all. And I do think that when, they did give us the 4+1, but I don't know that an AP art exam is always going to be the pathway. So, did you want to add to that?
Ms. O'Connor, do you want to weigh in?
I was just saying that in the college and career course for
Use the mic, please.
Yep, come up here.
the college and career
Turn.
course,
There you go.
the college and career freshman seminar course, they started the year off with a college graduation planning sheet, so it has those new requirements on it. And then guidance counselors did go back last year for those seniors, and that work was done.
Thank you, Jody.
Ms. Mosquito, are you going back
I
to
have that,
Ms.
yes.
Smith? Okay, great.
So this year, the goal would be 53%, the progress target 52%, and that's our current juniors. So we've already surpassed that. Again, next year's goal would be 61%. And so I'm hoping to put that to rest this year and just reach that target.
Got it. Thank you.
Ms. Roach?
I just wanted to thank you for the report.
Thank you. Ms. Lang?
So the scoring performance that you have for the test and on the metrics that you said, how many the people that get a 27 in global history or a 29 or a 28, is that after the third time they've taken it, the first time they've taken it? I mean, does a percentage of students go up taking it the second time or the third time or the first time?
The 27% is not the average of the test, it's the passing rate. So 27% over the 3 exams, over the January, June, and August test, we've had a 27% pass rate.
So I guess I'm still confused at how does one graduate high school if only 27% of people pass the
because
global.
they're taking it multiple times over years.
Okay. So this is the first year they take it, the first 3 times they take it, and then they would take it
No.
another year.
What is reflected here is any student who sat for the test. So it could be a sophomore, a junior, a senior. Yep.
That's,
We don't know that some of those would have been the first time they took it, and then, okay.
and that's why the 4+1 option is critical, because you can sub in for that student a different exam.
And so do you anticipate our rate going up because of this 4+1?
It helps graduation, and it did, and the superintendent and I signed additional waivers, criterion. We went over we had a spreadsheet. We went over every graduate with a fine-tooth comb. We did, guidance did. The state ed was sending out new regulations a week before graduation, and we went back, right, for appeals for any number of circumstances.
And I would just add that I think the same kind of conversation applies with summer school versus these statistics. I mean, they're very similar. So the same metrics, the same data, the same needs, the same resources, all of that kind of same. I feel like summer school is kind of meshing in with this conversation because the numbers are so similar.
And it does. And I just want to point out to Gustavo and Cecily's report about the sophomores, it's because our freshman class was so whole, they're sophomores now. And our hope is to build a different summer for them. So when we look at our results, once we get a student to junior year, we're almost home free. So that's why that summer, sophomore piece, and to see what we learn, because we're going into sophomore year with 74% on target for graduation, and we would like to build that at the end, by the end of this year.
I'm sorry, I have one more thing. So I have a quick question. So our 8th graders now, getting ready to take the courses and the classes and do they do a summer week transition camp, or anything like that to get them, where would they be for summer school?
There is a middle school summer school for students who need those classes, students for some remediation purposes, yeah.
I'm just going to say the same thing I said about summer school. It would be very helpful to see how this compared to last year's numbers. I really liked the receivership stats because I could see, oh, here's our goal, or here's our baseline, here's our goal. But these Regents pass rates are presented completely out of context, so I can't really tell if this is, oh, it's just always like this, or are we getting better, are we getting worse, what are we doing? So context for these numbers is very helpful to me.
I can send those out.
So I just, one question back to my original excuse me, question, which was on the receivership metrics for 9th grade. Why is that 74% so high? Any understanding around that?
Yes. We monitored every student, my academy. Principals monitored their students, guidance counselors, students self-monitored. We went into our freshman classes. It comes from the state of New York. I really can't, I don't know. They're looking for progress. This is my best understanding of actually going through receivership. They're looking for us to start to move, as you said, Karen, to start to move. So they choose a simple target. And so we're, there's evidence that we're moving, and the goal is probably more, I'm going to go out on a limb, help me out, more in line with the state of New York or city demographics, some other normed number.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you. Okay. So are there other, these are a couple of the metrics. How are we doing on the other ones? Or was that reported, and did I miss it, or?
We are still waiting. I have put 2 emails and 2 phone calls. We are waiting to see about our metrics from SCD.
I see, okay.
We submitted them, and we're waiting for them to rubber stamp them.
And Ms. Adler was just asking, have the graduation rates come out, like SED? Okay,
We are still waiting.
okay, all right. All right, great. All right, thank you. Go.
We're good? Thank you.
So just had a question that I'm asking that if, on behalf of, it's come up before, so thought we'd ask it now. So the 9th grade, back when this board, not in its current constitution, approved the 9th grade foundations.
Seminar.
Thank you, the seminar course. There was a discussion about the concerns that there would be kids having study halls and concern that there would not be things that could fit in. That was one issue. There was also a discussion at the time, like I said, Rose and I were the only ones on the board at the time. There was discussion by a couple of the board members then who had at least one of her daughters at the high school about the fact that kids who did not need study skills would be in that class. So that was then, and it was passed by the board. I don't know if it was unanimous, and I remember there being discussion about, which makes a lot of sense when these things come up and can be slightly controversial, which is trusting the principal of the high school, respecting, as we do and did back then, Cecily Wilson Turner's recommendation, and it was passed. Since that time, there have been people who have, and you know this, you're nodding, so there have been complaints that their kids were stuck with study halls that they did not want, that there was nothing to alternate with the foundations class, with the seminar. And then the other thing that came up this year from a couple of board members heard from other parents, I'm only getting it third hand, reminds me of the old days, like with when IB used to hold the scheduling hostage, which was because of that course, their kid couldn't take, I heard it was a music, something around, right, the music, the this, and again, so for the, I guess what I'm saying is, as a board that addressed it back then and now, where are we with that class? If it's mandatory for all 9th graders, how are we dealing with kids who then have study halls? How is it alternating with anything? Is it full-time, 5 days of the week? So how is it rolling out, and are you hearing criticism at all, even from pockets, as some of the board is hearing?
I think I've heard the same, I've gotten the same feedback that you have received, and it centered around the inability to take 2 music courses. We're committed to this course. We believe it's important for all our students to understand how to set goals. So you said study skills, and that's a small sliver of it. It's around goal setting, it's around career exploration, social skills, how to navigate different cultures in the high school, which we all know is critical. And so we come up with alt classes. We alternate it with PE. We do have study halls. We have AIS, but it has, I would say, improved the climate. When I look at my sophomores this year, and I look at 74% of them getting 5 credit, moving on, that was part of it. In the end, we brought in TJ, the college and career counselor, who sat and helped the students learn to self-monitor their own progress. And so I've heard, and I'm very able to weather some of that feedback, because we believe strongly that this is a cornerstone of Albany High School.
And I appreciate it, and I wanted to bring it up so that it was with the whole board, and to have you be able to explain your
feeling about it. I know it's something that Cecily spoke passionately about, and I'm glad that you're hearing about it. And if people make complaints, we will refer them through the chain of
Please-
command.
yes,
and
please send them.
I'm saying and you can explain to them about that. And then obviously, if others on the board want more information because they might not have been on the board at the time, that is obviously something that additional information can be given to them about it. I mean, it doesn't affect me. My kid's a junior, so.
And
Great.
as Ms. Wilson just reminded me, that health goes against it, alts. So we do, and we've expanded our alt schedule courses because.
And I appreciate that. That to me is one method of being able to respond, even if it's just to a few people, to say, hey, we are expanding that, and this is and I like that you phrased it as a cornerstone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. On to the next one. Albany High School course offerings.
So we don't have a presentation, but I'll just do a little introduction. And I did, Ms. Roach, get your question today, and spoke with the high school folks. We have some additional papers that could have come along with this, but the reality of it is that to create the syllabi, to create the materials and the budget list, and there's a lot of work involved in that, and sometimes we get stopped right here. So so basically what we have is an idea of fully fleshed out idea, but not all the pieces necessarily that would show you how the course would look. So I did want to attend to that concern that you had, and then let you know that we do have the 7 classes. 4 of them are in the arts. One is the art portfolio development class, and that's for students who are interested in going on to college in an art career, and it will help those students develop that portfolio and get that ready for the college admissions process. The second one, actually, let me go down to, I'll continue on the arts, number 3 and 4, digital film 1 and 2. Yep, this is, I don't know a whole lot about that, but it is a film study class. They can earn college credit in one or the other, but not both. I'm not sure why, but that is what is described here. The third arts class is the television production, and there is a suggestion in this that it be tied to the digital film class and provide that pathway that we're looking for in the arts. The number 6, the World Experience with Honors Designation, is a class that is actually very close to my heart because I actually taught a class like this at Troy High School for 4 years, and it was wonderful because I co-taught that with a global studies teacher, and we had 2 periods back to back, and actually we had lunch too in there, so we actually got a little, sometimes got extra 30 minutes with the kids, and did a lot of really cool things. And so what it is it's those world topics, and you use the literature and the history to complement each other and teach a really robust course, and it's an excellent way to teach history and literature and literacy. So that's that one, and there is an honors designation in that, so if a student wants to achieve the honors level, they can indeed do so. The 2 other courses, American Themes and World Themes, is really for those students who they passed either the global or the U.S. history class, but didn't make it through the test. We have to continue to keep them fresh in those ideas. We don't want them to be back in American history taking the same class. So this is a way to really set up a thematic kind of a class with a different perspective, a different lens, a different twist to address those big themes, try to help those kids, because often what happens is they're not making the connections between things that will help them through those tests. So it's focused on those things. If they take the test again in January and pass it, then they're done, or they could stay. if they need to do the whole year and take the test in June and be ready to pass that test. So it's a way to address the poor, or not the poor, I'm not going to say poor, some of the global studies, achievement and the U.S. history region's achievement. So those are the classes. They are all very sense-making. I know Dale wants to say a few things about them, and I'm going to pass this over to her.
I think the most important piece of the last two courses that Karen mentions is that they're credit bearing. And in high school, students attend classes that they can earn credits. And in the past, we would offer those support classes non-credit bearing. And so students would have to be highly motivated to pass an exam to attend the course. And this way it's presented in a fresh, engaging way. And again, I think I'm very pleased that it's credit bearing. That will impact it.
Ms. Smith? Dr. Brandon, go ahead.
So 3 are credit bearing. They're all credit bearing.
But the last two in our former course book were not credit bearing. And we looked at the state regs and were able to design a course that would meet the students' needs and award credit.
And none of them are core. They're all electives, right?
Well, the American experience, world experience, is the combination of world history and English 10.
Okay, but the digital film 1 and 2 and the TV, is that similar to what's being offered at CTE right now?
Yes and no.
Is it the same thing, or?
It is. We have found that when we had digital film and film together and TV together, the pathways got blurred.
Okay.
And when you take TV out, you can make TV its own CTE pathway. And
Because
so
I was just over at Brooklyn doing a walkthrough the other day, and I noticed that area, and it was quite impressive. And they were getting ready to possibly do something else, either this year or next year, to add to what they're doing already.
and these are the courses.
And those are the courses. Okay, I just wanted to make the connection. Thank you, Dale.
So I know I'm going to fall asleep shortly, but this really is exciting. One, you're able to address needs, but also get at kids' passion, and hopefully that allows us to engage them longer until they get that diploma in hand. So I'm thrilled about, I didn't even have to read anything really. I just said, that's great, and it's good stuff. It's the right thing, and I hope that, what I would love to see in the future or at some point in our history here is that we actually take the courses that we do have and make them all more engaging. And what's missing, the only thing that's missing for me here is something creative around math, that would really, really make this so awesome.
And so those next step opportunities in math come through career and technical education, especially. And we've started to do some development around geometry in construction tech.
Thanks very much for providing this information. I'm also excited about these courses. I think the themes and experiences courses for ELA and not for ELA, but for American history and global history, it's really an ingenious concept and a way to get the kids that have failed the Regents the first time. I can't imagine how they can pass it.
It's 100% pass.
That is.
We have 100% pass rate on both Regents and at the 11th grade, the U.S. and English 11.
Oh, you already do?
Well,
you're saying you
this
will?
is the world experiences replicates what we've already done. We already have a course in place for
Sorry, I meant the American themes, connections, and perspectives
yes.
class. Those
Sorry.
two. Those are designed for that one is designed for the people who fail U.S. history the first time, right?
The Regents exam.
Right.
Yes.
Right. That's what I meant. It's really an ingenious and fantastic concept. I would like to see, related to the question I posed earlier through email about the forms and the information, I can totally understand why you wouldn't work up the entire course perspective and objectives before a course is approved. Completely understand. I think it would be helpful to us as board members just to get that estimate, you know, a projected list of, needn't be exhaustive, of what types of extra materials and training would be required and what the cost is, especially for these things like video production and digital film. You know, if it's, yes, this requires $30,000 in equipment, that makes a difference. I think we would, as a board, that would be helpful to have just some rough guesstimate.
I wondered about that.
I don't at this point. I can say that we do have the equipment. I'm looking at extra materials and professional development. I do know the art department last summer, some great leadership. I think they all took 4 or 5 of them took AP courses in preparation for the 4+1 pathway, not knowing what the exam might be, but trying to. So those, when I'm looking at extra materials or professional development in the art strand, they've been getting that all along and continue to.
Wow. So there really isn't a lot of, there really won't be a lot of equipment required for the 2 digital film or the TV
We
production
have it
courses.
at the
You already
Brooklyn,
have
and
it.
the development for the teachers we've been working on.
Well, that's fantastic. Thanks so much. Into the microphone, please.
Okay, good. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jody. The media arts teacher that they just hired will have skills for both, can do the CTE pathway and the digital media as well.
Okay, thank you.
So I think these are great. I just have a question. Have we deleted courses because we're adding these? And I had heard some IB math and science were dropped, and I don't know if that, so IB math and science have been dropped, or have there been courses that have dropped?
So we do look at trend analysis in scheduling, and last year we did make some cuts of courses that don't run. Where Assistant Superintendent McKenna has requested another run, a schedule analysis to do that. And so we have had recommendations when we add courses to drop courses, because singletons in the schedule turn it upside down sometimes. And so we will be working and looking through the course book. We made some course book revisions last year, and it will reflect what the current status will be.
And is that how these courses were picked, based on, I mean, was this student?
Enrollment, in interest. And if you take a look at the art budget, teachers over time, that program has been growing. And to Ms. Smith's point about giving students greater opportunities for creativity, and the art department has jumped on that higher level, and that's your portfolio course, that students need to be able to present their art and start going to college for this. And we have found that our students are producing and then not able to package it for promotion to colleges.
This is very short, but could you, for next year, consider changing the form to match the actual reality of how you run this? So the form says, to be complete, this application
Yes.
must include the following elements. So if you could change that
Yes, and
in a way that it wouldn't borrow trouble,
yes,
that'd be
and
great.
so part of that, and I was discussing it with Karen, came from the original time we did this. And we had a year lag, and so we went at it very differently at the beginning, so yes.
Because the
indeed.
board does, I mean, for as a board member to vote yes on a course, you need to know that you're not about to buy into something that, once it goes in the course book, you've essentially committed to this huge investment that you didn't know. So that piece we do need to know before we can vote yes. We don't necessarily need to know the entire syllabus, but we do need to know if we're buying into an expensive thing.
I do think that this is always based on student interest. So then when the guidance counselors have the scheduling meetings with students and they talk about the courses and whatever, I mean, if we have 8 kids who are interested in digital film 1, then we can't run it. So so that helps with that budget perspective because we have a policy about what we're going to do with those things. But if we have the availability here to open up the pathways and have the discussions with the students, then we have something that we can work with. If the interest is low, then we don't run it.
You went already, right? Okay. So the courses that are available for people who had less success in previous, global history, can they take this as a lead-in to global history, or do you already have to?
Well, that is a really good question, and I would say if it were last year, I would say, Kenny, we need to maybe think about that, but I think because we've changed how the global exam is going to be as of, I believe, 2018, that the Global 9 will become it'll be a skills class, it'll be a literacy class, because honestly, the reason that students don't get through the global is it tends to be literacy issues. And so that class is going to be, that Global 9 class is going to become that class in preparation for the global exam.
And you mentioned that one is a combination of history and English. And how is that credited as either or both, or kind of neither?
It's for both. So the students who take it in American right now get American history credit and English credit. So this would be the same. They would get global credit and they would get English credit. And it's 2 periods. I mean, it's not, it is 2 periods in the day. It's not a single period. Okay. So that you have that block.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further discussion? And do we vote here, or we vote next time? Do we vote? So we vote next time? Is that what you're planning on? Usually we come at the last minute.
You vote next time. So the way the timeline is built, you have an opportunity to review it and then to vote on it.
Okay. Well, you deserve applause just for that piece.
And we'll provide some additional documentation too.
Last year. Yeah.
It was one of those, we had to do it that night, like it was the
Right.
last, so.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, board member items. I know, Ms. Roach, you said you had one? Oh, you have a board committee item. Board member items. Okay, hearing none, let's move on. Board committee reports. Ms. Roach.
I'd like to give a report of something that's not exactly exclusively a board committee, but has a board member on it. The Wellness Committee met on September 21st, and I just wanted to report back to the board what happened at the meeting. I was somewhat concerned to hear at the meeting that, according to the chairman of the Wellness Committee, she had been directed to hold off on any type of implementation on the wellness policy because, according to her, the cabinet had relayed to her that they were concerned about one particular portion of the wellness policy relating to the PE requirements. In particular, it was the issue regarding PE that came up during the PE and health presentation at the board meeting, whether that 6-minute-a-day activity taught by classroom teachers would fulfill the state requirements for grades K through 3. And because there was some disagreement about that in the Wellness Committee, it was decided at the cabinet level to not implement the wellness policy at all because the communications department was concerned that if we weren't fully in compliance with the policy, it would cause confusion and upset among the community. I was somewhat taken aback as a member of the Wellness Committee and also as a board member that a policy that the board passed, a policy that the board passed in 2015 had not been put into effect by the administration, and also that the board had not been notified that the administration was refusing to implement inappropriately passed policy. It's a big concern to me, and it seems a little disconcerting because the big concern was, well, there's a possibility that we may be out of compliance with state ed requirements regarding K through 3 PE, but by refusing to implement this wellness policy, we're out of compliance with federal law under the USDA. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I am pleased to report that there's a lot of really good things going on the Wellness Committee. There's some great cooperation by community organizations, but there seems to be a lack of communication with the administration. And the other item of concern is there really isn't anyone on the Wellness Committee with the power to enforce the wellness policy. I think the Wellness Committee is going to be improved if we have someone from the cabinet with some sort of authority to enforce that. That's my report. Thanks.
Well, I want to address I'm looking a little baffled. I think also look over to the cabinet. We have not discussed the Wellness Committee or have any kind of comments about the PE portion of it. We did have the PE report from Kathy Ryan, but it was not a topic of a conversation at the cabinet, so I'm not quite sure.
I was told this was about, the Suzanne McCarthy referred to an email from Lisa Angerami that was about maybe even 6 months ago, that Lisa Angerami said, we are holding off on the implementation of this, on promoting this policy per cabinet.
No, we'll have to review that because
that
that
would
has
be
not
helpful.
come up as a discussion. I'm not familiar with it. It might have been just before I got here. I'm not sure, but it was not anything that we actually discussed at cabinet.
Then
so
there may
we'll look into
there
it.
may be some sort of confusion.
Yep, we'll take
between
care of it.
Thank you so much.
I actually do remember something around that vaguely, that we did put it off.
I'll just
Not at the
chime
board
in
level.
here to say that I ask at least every third board meeting about the reporting requirements that are embedded in the wellness policy, and I know that the superintendent has been working diligently on a set of board. Okay, now there's a bug on the table. Okay, sorry, Sue's killing bugs right in front of me. But so Dr. Wilkins has been working on a board presentation calendar, and I know she intends to put the wellness policy reporting as duly required in the policy into that calendar, and so hopefully that will resolve some of this concern, because once we're getting reports on the implementation of the policy, then there will have to be implementation of the policy.
Well, the policy itself calls for annual reports so it's not.
Was it stated that all parts of the wellness policy would not be adhered to, or just certain aspects? Like, is the recess 20 minutes also, you were told, was not being implemented or rolled out?
Well, part of the wellness policy is communicating the wellness policy to the public, seeking input on it, and that part was not being implemented. Certainly, the wellness policy seems to have been communicated to building leaders, but there hasn't been a broader effort made to bring it to the public, and that's embedded directly within the wellness policy, and bringing the wellness policy to the public and seeking feedback is also a part of the USDA regulations on wellness policies.
Okay, thank you. It sounds like Dr. Wilkins is going to address that going forward. Any other board committee reports?
There was a facilities committee meeting.
Oh, yes.
Somebody want to run with that, or I will?
Yes, there was a facilities meeting, and it was, I'm sorry, Bill, I'm sure it was very productive.
It was a great meeting.
Right.
Actually, Rich Peckham and Tina gave us a preview of what we think will be a board presentation next meeting, an overview of the high school. They'll be showing us some floor plans based on all the intense interviews and discussions they've had with staff, and highlight any suggested changes. So that, should be coming up next time, pending the agenda committee. And then we actually spent the most of the time interviewing 2 MWBE firms, community advocate role. So we did those interviews, and I've given the board documents with a recommendation and the proposal that's being recommended. If you have any concerns or questions, please contact me next week. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and put that in the routine consent. But we did the full process, RFP, evaluation of proposals, interviews, and we've concluded with a Facilities Committee recommendation.
Right, and we also mentioned the awards, which were on the agenda this evening. Yeah, let's not put that in routine consent, though. Let's.
Okay, we can put it somehow.
Okay, yeah,
we'll
just
work with you.
right after. Yeah.
On the 13th again, agenda setting.
Okay.
Okay.
I could go on and I could go longer.
No, those are
We
the
are
three significant
so done
things we
here.
did. Okay, I guess that's it, right?
Wait.
Other business. Okay. And Ms. Savage has other business.
I have my other business, which I have, we went to NISBA board officer training a couple of weeks ago, and one of the ideas that I learned about, which was implemented in a number of districts, although not all, is that the agenda setting committee includes a rotating board member so that all board members have some sense of how the agenda setting process works. That's good for everyone in terms of understanding and buying into the agenda setting, but it's also good in terms of board officer recruitment and training. So I would like to make it a goal of the policy committee to review our policies to see how we could implement that question while still being very careful of our requirements under the open meetings law.
So I know it's late, so you're being cryptic. When Ann mentioned that, my concern was that if there were 3 officers, so just spelling it out, there's 3 officers and then somebody rotates in, that's an open meeting because there's 4 people. And agenda setting has not been an open meeting because there's other stuff that's discussed as well. So I don't have a problem with anybody rotating, and that was something brought up when Rose and I were on the board a long time ago. Felicia was still there, and there was talk about that. But the problem then is, again, so what we do in terms of 3 people, so.
We used to do it, we did it with 3 people on there, but the secretary kind of relinquished and did not mind rotating the 3rd person. And we did, because it was when Edith was on the board, and Edith was adamant about being a part of that the other board members needed to be a part of the agenda setting, not just the officers. So we relinquished, and the secretary, we rotated, and it went on for a while, and then we just kind of sort of went back to the 3 of them doing it. I think the other suggestion that you made was that we go to 2 officers and just rotate. And many boards over the state only have 2 officers, the president and the vice. I found that out when I went to the NISBA convention so many years there, that a lot of boards in the state of New York only have 2 officers, the president and the vice president. And many of them rotate that 3rd spot. It's just you all deciding what you want to do.
Right.
But I definitely agree with you, Ann. It is a good idea that everybody gets the exposure of knowing how to set an agenda and being part of agenda setting. I think that's important.
So I was not at this time planning to consider the elimination of the secretary role. I was planning to maintain that. So just in terms of this conversation, my intention was to maintain the 3 officers and modify our policies, and it does have to be done through the modification of a policy because all this is spelled out in our policies, to be cognizant of the open meetings law, maintain 3 officers, and yet find a way to rotate somehow. So that's my thinking, and if I think this is properly another business, that we could then just agree to put it in the hands of the policy committee to come back with something. So if everyone is comfortable with that, I don't know if we need to vote or how this works, but I would love to do that.
No, you're right. We've always done it as other business, and then it's just referred back to committee to handle.
Okay, any other business? Motion to adjourn. Ms. Adler, second by Ms. Roach. All in favor? Aye, okay.